What's better than this? It's guys being dudes here on the Locked On NFL Scouting live coverage of the 2024 NFL Draft. Joe Marino, Kyle Krabs.
Whoa.
Listen, we're excited. Like Kyle and I got on here like 10 minutes ago, and it was like this big reminder that this is what we freaking love. And it's going to be guys being dudes.
Do it for work.
Dude, it's incredible. We are going to have fun. I don't have hair, but my hair's down. We're just going to authentically react to picks and have a freaking good time here on a Thursday night staying up late.
Yep. And we are going to go wire to wire. We're going to be back again tomorrow. So we're going to have, about 100 picks to react to on the live stream. And we did this last year, and it was kind of new for us in this format. And we've had a chance this past year to really find our rhythm with this show and the tone that we want to have. And I'm excited to kind of translate that into this event, which obviously is, I know my camera's over here, but I'm over here. It's everything that we spend all year working around for. So we are here all night.
We hope that you're here all night, and we hope that you interact. The chat is bumping. We got people making sure that Kyle has a little C4 going.
Yeah, I just got a brown paper bag from DoorDash dropped off.
Show the bag. I saw the bag. This is a big, Kyle Krabs is ready to go.
It's a long night.
Kyle Krabs. If anybody's wondering on my end, I have a couple of electrolyte beverages and a thing of water. So,
dude, this is what's also really cool about what we do. Tuning in from Vietnam.
Let's go.
People all over the world checking in.
Let us know where you're. Let's hear from you. Where are you at? We have Vietnam. I'm in North Carolina. Kyle,
London, 12:30 in London from
Let's
Tom.
go, London, Vermont.
Is this the largest collection of peaceful Bills and Dolphins fans in one place that we'll have all season long?
Well, until the games start.
Peaceful.
Yeah. I guess so.
There's some positive energy in a room filled with mutual Bills and Dolphins fans, which is fun.
Tallahassee, Brockport,
Canada, Northern Michigan, Iceland, Toronto,
Utah.
Yeah.
You
ever been to Utah?
No. I've never been to Utah.
You'd really like it. It's been a while since I've been there, but you'd really, as like an outdoorsman type guy, you'd really like it.
Yeah, I've seen the pictures. It's beautiful. Like the scenery of the Utah games is unreal. I know Salt Lake City's unreal. See like the bike rides that people take. Looks awesome. North Tonawanda, let's go. That's my grandparents are in North Tonawanda.
Thailand.
Oh, we got Thailand in the house. Let's go.
This is very cool. Very cool. Good to see everybody. So I guess we should probably set the table with this draft. I know there's picks at 1 and 2 that have to happen, but for me, it's really 3, right? Is Patriots have kind of been drawing this thing out and trying to coax the Godfather offer from either Minnesota or New York or whoever else might be interested in it. It seems like everybody's kind of just sitting to see what happens with Drake Maye. And I know as Tom Pelissero came out at the top of the hour and said right now it looks like they're going to stick and pick. That might be the last minute blitz. I think the worst thing that could have happened for New England was there was a team at 6 that was interested, because I think that really kind of skews the offers that you're getting, right? Because Minnesota's got 11 and 23. So they have multiple ones, but you got to go back from 3 to 11. And the Giants are like, well, we're at 6. You go back 2 spots. Like, we're not going to match offers with I would assume that they're going to say, we're not going to match offers with the Giants or with the Vikings, because it's only 2-spot drop back for a quarterback.
If not New England at 3, then where for Drake Maye?
For Drake?
Is that Minnesota's real quarterback that they like? I know that there's the McCown connection with Drake Maye from high school. Like
I think Drake Maye's in more demand than you do, just based off of our conversations and the mock drafts that we put together. And
well, if he goes,
I think everybody that wants to trade up for Drake Maye.
If he goes 3, then it's cut and dry. It's over with.
Right.
And I think that's a good signal that you would be correct in this scenario. because if the Patriots thought they could slide a little and still get Drake May, they might do that. But I don't think you can mess around, man. If that's your quarterback, that's your quarterback.
Right.
So I mean, obviously the top of this draft is obviously going to dominate the early conversations, but there's so much more to it than the top picks. And we'll talk about it all as it happens. What's some of the stuff that you're thinking about outside of, okay, where do these quarterbacks go? The big prospects, like what are some of the storylines outside of the top that are moving the needle for you in your mind?
Well, this late push this afternoon that the Rams are calling, asking about getting up into the top 10 and what that would potentially look like. First round pick that they've had since 2016, which was Jared Goff.
McVay's never had a first round pick as a head coach of the Rams.
Right. So now they're going to try to do a big, right?
Unbelievable.
And it feels like Brock Bowers would be the versatile weapon name there. I know they just had a severe injury at tight end at the end of the season. Bowers feels like that a Morpheus player that was first Ben Skoronski and then was Puka Nacua, and now like you have the potential for that to be Brock Bowers, and it's like a supersized version of what both of those players were. And now you're getting more, instead of 21 ambiguity with Skoronski as a fullback versus 11, it's 12 personnel ambiguity with Bowers. I think it's really interesting.
You're out here dropping words like a Morpheus. We're 6 minutes into this thing.
It's early, so I still fire on all cylinders. Don't ask me to do a mock draft last night and call it Locked On NFL Scouting the entire time, because I'll call it Locked On Dolphins within the first 3 minutes as I'm recording at 11:30 at night. Right.
That was a choice.
Hey, Steven, thanks for the love on the chair, by the way. I saw somebody asked about the chair earlier as well, but yeah, the high back chair, I highly recommend it. Yeah, I can lean back.
I don't have a high back chair. Oh, yeah. That's Kyle about pick 29.
Should I just do this?
If Kyle gets Troy Fautanu at 21 there, he's going to assume this position the rest of the night,
Troy Fautanu is the pick for the Dolphins. I'm leaving you. I'm going out back. I'm lighting up a cigar, and we're gonna have a night. The
sunglasses and cigar. Kyle is back
on Friday.
Club dub. It's the whatever the stick you have there.
That's right.
So if the Rams do trade up into the top 10 for Brock Bowers, that says so much to me about this tight end trend, where you've seen the Chiefs win the Super Bowl with an offense that runs through Travis Kelce. You've seen with Sam Laporta, Mark Andrews.
What they really did all their damage with, because everybody wants to run these big nickels with a third safety instead of a linebacker.
Trying to create matchup problems. So that and really, if you want to get that guy this year, I know you've done extensive work on tight ends. It's Brock Bowers, and then you talk about talent cliffs. Come on, there's a big talent cliff after Brock Bowers.
Brock Bowers, there's a chasm, but it's not nobody. I got twos on two guys. So I like a couple tight ends, but Brock Bowers is the cream of the crop, and the forced tackle rate, missed tackle rate that he has, and the run after catch rate that he had, was it 6 yards after reception per reception or whatever, like an astronomical number. So that's where Brock Bowers wins. And of course, for a Shanahan style offense, that makes a ton of sense.
Thinking of other teams that could be on the move up, the Colts, right? I feel like they're thinking big about a playmaker. Jacksonville feels like they're thinking big about a playmaker.
Nabers.
Buffalo, they're thinking big about a playmaker. So
did we mention the Colts?
Yeah, that was literally the second team.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I was getting corrected about a Morpheus versus a Morpheus.
Good. You don't let Kyle Krabs get away with a damn thing tonight, folks. Let him know. But not me. Let all the grace for my mistakes, please. I have a newborn. Kyle's 6 months into his baby. I got different baby brain than him.
Yours already sleeps better than mine. Chill.
I don't know how it happens. My wife is amazing. That's all I'll say. I give her all the credit. So yeah, I'm thinking a lot about the playmaker trade up teams, and I know that you've been getting some buzz about the teams that are moving up for tackles, right? Like big potential there. Why don't you break that down?
Yeah, well, it's a question of when the run starts and how many go in the top 10. I think the quarterbacks have a chance to really throw that for a loop, depending on, if you get Nix and if you get Penix. I mean, the big network, 4-letter network guys are talking about 6 quarterbacks in the top 13. I think if that happens, I think it kind of changes the dynamic a little bit. But you have teams, even teams that pick early, like Washington. I've heard repeatedly the past 2 weeks from people that I've been able to talk to wanting to get back up into the first round. And I think it was Daniel Jeremiah's had him coming up to 19 or 20 for Guyton from Oklahoma. So like you saw some of that with some of these more plugged in insiders from inside the league who are kind of reflecting teams on the outside getting in. And DJ, I know, put out a tweet yesterday. It said the last 5 phone calls I had were teams saying, yeah, we're trying to get up and get a tackle. I've heard Miami might be one of them as well. And I think there's teams that are going to have a little bit more flexibility to do that because of draft capital that they have at their disposal. But you have a really, really bad offensive tackle free agency group where Tyron Smith was kind of the real needle mover out of that group. And that was kind of it. And then you have this astronomically good offensive tackle class, and everybody spent all their money in free agency on guards.
Right.
And I think the correlation there is everybody spent the money on the offensive line to get the inside guys with the anticipation that they were going to come back to the draft and be able to get a guy. So I think that creates this very high demand because I think the first 8 guys are outstanding, but you get past that, and I think you start to worry, and those guys might be gone in the first 40 picks. So what do you do if you strike out there? So I think everybody's kind of trying to jump over each other for a guy.
Speaking of the tackle class, it is really strong. However, I do think that there is a drop off. I mean, there's Joe Alt, Troy Fautanu, Amarius, Mims. Yeah, there it is. Olu Fashanu, Taliese, Fuaga, JC Latham, Tyler Guyton. I think it drops off big after that. And that's a healthy amount. I just ripped off 7 names.
So it was Alt, Fautanu, Fashanu, Latham, Mims, Fuaga, Guyton.
Like I think there's a big drop off, and you
didn't even mention the other tackle that might go in the first round.
Suamataya.
No, the other tackle that might go in the first round.
Rosengarten, Patrick Paul.
And Patrick Paul seemed to be pretty confident he was going early.
Right, but the point being, I think there's a drop off after those 7.
They're my top 7, so right. I don't necessarily disagree with you. I have Rosengarten in the same tier as Guyton. So I think he's below him by a decent amount, but he's in the same tier for me. So at least it's a conversation to tail along and tag along. And then if you believe Jordan Morgan can play tackle, I think that's another name to at least invoke there. I think he's better inside at the league level, but he's played tackle. So I think there's some extra names, but I think you get really excited. I'd say the drop off comes after 6. I would put Guyton kind of in the next tier down where like you still feel good about who you're getting your hands on to be a long-term starter. But I think he is a little bit more raw than even Mims with as little as he's played.
Kyle.
Yes.
The champ is here. Sam Teets,
reigning last day, unless you
reigning mock draft champion of the world. Sam Teets.
Might be his last night.
Yeah. All right.
His last day, I guess.
Right. So,
Sam, what'd you have for dinner last night for your last supper?
The champ is here. Somebody asked in the chat, who's going to win the mock draft competition between me and you? Predictively, I think you're going to win. I took too big of a swing.
Look, we talk to people that we know have been able to provide us insight on things that have happened in the past. And you talk to a few people that I didn't, who gave you different feedback.
Yeah.
And so it's not to say that those conversations weren't happening with the teams, right? I certainly think that they were.
Yeah.
But the deadline and deciding when to publish the mock and how far away you have to make the commitment before the draft actually happens, I think those things kind of play in a little bit. I feel pretty good. I think that the biggest risk I took in the first 6 picks was I had the Giants going with McCarthy.
Yeah. We'll see what happens.
Do we want to take our first break? Because I know we got to do another one at the top of the hour here.
Oh, all right. So let's take our first break. All right, folks, when you're hiring for your small business, you want to be certain that you can find as many quality professionals that are right for the role. That's why you have to check out LinkedIn Jobs. LinkedIn Jobs has the tools to help you find the right professionals for your team faster and for free. LinkedIn isn't just another job board. LinkedIn helps you hire professionals that you can't find anywhere else, even those who aren't actively searching for a new job but might be open for the perfect role. In a given month, over 70% of LinkedIn users don't even visit other leading job sites. So if you're not looking on LinkedIn, you're looking in the wrong place. LinkedIn knows that small businesses are wearing so many hats right now and might not have the time or resources to hire. And LinkedIn is always looking for new ways to make the process easier. In fact, they just launched a feature that helps you write job descriptions. So post your job for free at linkedin.com/LockedOnNFL. That's linkedin.com/LockedOnNFL to post your job for free. Terms and conditions apply.
Joe, you can chew on this as we go through our break. A.J. Brown, 3-year, $96 million contract extension with the Eagles.
This episode of your favorite Locked On podcast is brought to you by the best meal kit service in the game, Home Chef. No more having to answer the dreaded question, what are we going to do for dinner tonight? Thanks to Home Chef and their chef-designed recipes that are delivered directly to my door, all pre-packaged, pre-portioned. They even peel the garlic cloves for you. And each recipe, one of my favorites, blackened mahi, comes with a full page of easy-to-read instructions that include customization options and pictures to guide you along the way through the step-by-step process so you don't have to ask, is that what chard looks like? I cannot recommend Home Chef enough, especially right now, because for a limited time, Home Chef is giving Locked On listeners 18 free meals, free dessert for life, and of course, free shipping on your first box if you head to homechef.com/lockedon today. That's homechef.com/lockedon for 18 free meals and free dessert for life. Yes, you heard that right. Homechef.com/lockedon. Must be an active subscriber to receive free dessert.
I think A.J. Brown's getting some dessert tonight.
It's 3 years,
Holy
96.
cow.
Yeah,
32 million per. I was told on the Bleacher Report live stream just several hours ago that the Eagles weren't going to be able to afford to pay A.J. Brown when the Devontae Smith contract extension kicked in. So I'm a little confused how Bleacher Report found a couple of idiots to put on their live stream talking about two $30 million year wide receivers and how the Lions couldn't afford to put T. Higgins with Amon-Ra St. Brown after giving him 30. I'm just a little confused how that happens. I don't know. I'll have to go back and check the replay and find that guy's Bleacher Report profile and send him a message.
Okay, so context. Kyle and I did a Bleacher Report stream earlier today talking about trade packages for T. Higgins. By the way, we'll be back at 1:00 tomorrow talking on Bleacher Report on the stream there. But we were getting to trade packages for T. Higgins, and one of the points that was made was that what team was it? Was it the Lions, right? Where they were saying they can't pay two receivers.
Right, they already paid Amon-Ra. They can't pay T. Higgins.
And here we are.
Why not?
The Eagles, who have the most expensive players in the whole world, they're paying another receiver. Now, I think one of the big things about Philly is that Jalen Hurts contract doesn't really kick in yet. Right, they still have the lower amounts on that deal. So I'm curious to see because they loaded that thing up with void years. It's got like a $96 million void year coming.
Well, it also has the rolling guarantees where it's kind of like an 18-month decision every year for player option or for player bonus. That's kind of it was the hybrid of the Mahomes Allen contracts to some degree.
Right. Minus the void years were a new layer.
That's Philly,
right? That's good.
We're gonna pay the bill on the dollar we spent now when the dollar's worth $1.60 3 years from now. That's just just the strategy, whether it's right or wrong. And they do have a year where it all peaks, and it's like I think it's 2028. So it's like, okay, you got some time to work with it, but that'll be fascinating because void years are so new. It's such a new thing, and Philly's really been on the forefront of it. Cleveland's on the forefront of it right now. New Orleans, out of necessity, is on the forefront of it, but I think their situation's a little different. But we won't do the salary cap deep dive in the void years. I know Dolphins fans are tired of me pounding the table for why void years aren't the devil, right? Like Waterboy.
Yeah.
Well, Mama.
Well, so how does
Mama said void years is the devil.
we've seen now
good, right?
AJ. It was well done. I wonder how many more impersonations we get tonight. There's one.
Who knows?
So now we've seen big money for Amon-Ra St. Brown, big money for AJ Brown. You know, the good receivers are getting paid north of $30 million a season. Does that help the wide receiver crop that seemingly every year, it's loaded wide receiver year, loaded wide receiver year? Does this put more of an emphasis on getting young, cheap receivers now that you're paying them this type of money?
I think all I think it does is create this swinging door where there's even less apprehension to draft them early because there's still going to be bargains.
So
right?
you think, well, that's another way to look at it. Yeah.
So I think, the apprehension used to be, and depending on positional value, do I want to draft this player this high where his APY might place him immediately upon entering the league? You think about tight ends and running backs. What Saquon got drafted in was like a top 5 running back contract off the jump, just off the rookie wage scale. Like that's not a factor for wide receivers anymore at all, just because of how aggressively it's grown. And I think it was Marlon I'm more interested. Marlon Humphrey came out on Twitter today and said the gap is too big. And
I don't think he's wrong. I'm
looking forward to the next wave of young corners to reset the market.
Yeah.
So who's the first shoe that drops there?
Curtain.
And how high does it go? Because right now it's about a 50% divide between the highest corners and the highest wide receiver, that's nuts, man.
Incredible.
Because the corners have a harder job.
I 100% agree. The receiver knows where he's supposed to go. Right.
You gotta react to his space.
Right. I think it's the hardest position to play in sports. I think Sauce Gardner and Patrick Surtain. They're going to be big pieces of this conversation of how the cornerback market evolves, right? Because Marlon Humphrey, Marshawn Lattimore, Marlon Humphrey, Trey White, that trio got it to where like it went from like 14, 15 to like now they push like 18.
Yeah.
And we're still there. Meanwhile, receivers are just getting more and more money every time we turn our head.
And it's not done because you have Justin Jefferson and Jamar Chase. And listen, if AJ Brown got that, Justin Jefferson's getting 35, right?
Oh, every bit of it. Yeah.
This is going to get into a lot of scary money and it's always scary because the cap goes up at a certain rate and you hear the dollars and you're, oh my goodness. But
yeah,
like unparalleled levels for some of these wide receivers in this round of re-signings.
Higgins, Ayuk, Waddle, Nico Collins.
Put them in order. Put those 4 in order. What they get.
Ayuk 1.
Gets the most.
Yep.
Do you think that's because he goes somewhere else? Do you anticipate he stays with San Francisco, or if he goes somewhere else?
I think he's proven the most. He's proven the most of all those guys. He's still young.
You think he's proven more than Jaylen Waddle?
Yeah,
I would say Waddle has the best resume.
I think Ayuk will be 1. Waddle 2, Collins 3, Higgins 4.
I'm inclined to agree with you. I think the big thing for Collins, the question is going to be, what's the timing of you getting paid and how many years of the prolific production do you have? Like this, does he get paid this offseason off of the one season? And I know he's been a nice player before that, and now you're coming into a new year where you have to share the ball with Stephon Diggs. I think there's some if I were Collins, I'd probably want to get the deal done this offseason and capitalize on, even though it's 1 year sample size of elite production, I'd still probably rather get it done than play this year with Stephon Diggs, have the ball be shared around even more, and have that potentially hurt my market value.
Okay, Texans don't pick tonight, so I feel okay talking a little bit.
As of right now.
Yeah.
As of right now.
109 targets last year in 15 games for Nico Collins. How many targets this year? How many for Steph Diggs? How does that target distribution work between the two of them?
109 targets, you said?
That's what he had this past year in 15 games. Keeping in mind, Stroud missed a few there. His rookie season, right? They're
probably about the same.
So you think 109, and you think Stephon Diggs comes in and gets more than that?
About the same.
And Tank Dill gets 80?
I think Tank would be the one who has, and Tank. I also think Tank would probably be optimized as a counterpunch and not a volume player.
I would agree. You still have Schultz.
Yeah, I think that it maybe hurts his value a little bit.
When like Robert Woods still plays for this team too.
Are they potentially a sneaky trade a wide receiver team?
And they also have Noah Brown and they have John Mechie. Like, yeah, they've got receivers, man.
This
Xavier
might
Hutchinson.
be a trade a wide receiver team.
Right. That's a lot.
If you strike out on one of the 20 top 100 wide receivers this year, give the Texans a call. Maybe they'd be willing to part ways with somebody.
Well, and I think CJ Stroud, who threw the ball 500 times last year, that probably is more like 600 from him.
Well, we didn't even mention Joe Mixon.
Right.
Contributions in the passing game exist there for him. Be interesting.
It will be interesting.
So I guess let's bring this back to the draft, which starts in 4 minutes, allegedly. Just so everybody knows, Joe, you have a feed.
Mm-hmm.
And when you get the picks, you're going to share them in here. Okay, so I know everybody's always feels a little differently about the TV versus what you're listening to or watching here. When Joe gets the confirmation of the pick, we're going to talk about it because we're focused on having our conversations together. So I don't know when the TV's going to go off on anything. So Joe just has his list to confirm the picks, and we'll have conversations as they happen. I don't think we have to worry about spoiling anything at number 1. Presumably not at number 2, but just want to make you guys aware. So if that dictates how you have your setup or your sound or whatever, we're happy and we're thrilled to have so many of you guys here. But as we get the picks, Joe gets the picks online. We're going to talk about it.
I am seeing Marcel Louis Jacques retweeting a tweet about Finns fans. Our new jerseys are on the way. What does that mean? Are we getting new uniforms? A new alternate or something?
I need to review this. So you're going to have to filibuster. As far as I'm aware, they are not getting new uniforms.
Maybe an alternate.
It was from Javon Holland.
Yeah.
He's trolling. That's Javon Holland. He's trolling.
Is he one of those?
Yes.
Is there a bigger troll job than Deion Dawkins acting like he was getting cut and then signing an extension? Wake me up when you live through that.
That was fun.
That
was a fun 5 minutes.
Was it?
I'm glad players have fun with stuff like that, Like,
yeah, when it's a different team, you're not worried about your left tackle being gone, coming off his best season. Oh man, yeah, he got me good.
Cap space with Deion Dawkins anyway.
Great, I know. What's your prediction? When do we get the first pick? This is always a thing. Like, when does Goodell get out there and say the draft is open? That the Bears got to get their moment, right? They need everyone to talk about Caleb Williams.
Right. What is it? It's a 12-minute clock.
I think is it 12 in the first round? Is it 10? I can't remember.
Scientist. I mean, this is the thing about doing a live show every year.
Right. I haven't watched the draft in 10 years. I have no idea.
I'll say they take 9 minutes on the clock.
Okay.
Oh, a nice long phone call with Caleb and
get all the pictures. Phil,
okay.
Let's see on the chat. What time do you think the first pick is? We're seeing a couple people saying 8:10.
8:10. Should be 10.
Yeah.
The time used to be 15, but they cut it, right?
When I was walking into my office to do this stream tonight, I thought to myself, I know the NFL knows what they're doing with how they do the draft now, with the first round being Thursday, second and third round, and then day 3. I miss the first 3 rounds on Saturday and then the last 4 on Sunday. Like, I really enjoyed that. But right. Oh man, that's be a problem. Oh, there it is. See,
there you go. Joe got a new computer and still hasn't figured out how all the things work, so that's always fun.
All right, I'm supposed to do a read here. What are we doing?
Yeah, top of the hour. So we'll do our next read, and then it's every 30 minutes from there.
All right.
We have a message for all of our friends tuning in.
Kyle Krabs been told I'm a competitive person. I know that you're competitive. Well, our competitive sides are a big fan of Monopoly Go. I'm sure you've heard of it. It's been downloaded over 150 million times. It's a great twist on Monopoly where you play on not one, but hundreds of Monopoly boards in crazy locations, building up amazing cities that bring you big money. But the best part is messing with my friends. I can charge them rent on my iconic properties, just like classic Monopoly. But now I can also rob their vaults of riches for myself, and the leaderboard show me who the biggest Monopoly tycoon is. But it's not just my competitive side that loves it. You can team up with family, friends, and people from all around the world in timed tournaments to earn huge rewards. So get in the game and join your friends. Download Monopoly Go now for free on the App Store or Google Play.
Kyle is doing no reads.
Right.
We get comments every time Joe does the live read, and Kyle does no reads. Kyle clicks the buttons.
Right. It's a big job.
It is a big job. Thank you for your affirmation. The production elements that go into our live stream. See, I've already forgot to put the ticker back up.
Oh, wow. See?
I'm trying to, it's that little extra space at the bottom. Just like to have it. Sue asked if Jacksonville will trade for Ayuk. And I think that's an interesting conversation as we kind of get started here with this draft. Is we've talked about wide receivers. We've talked about wide receiver rookie contracts, but trading up, they're rumored to be angling for Nabers in the draft and moving up. What's the cost of doing that versus the cost of just acquiring a veteran player and paying him? And how do you balance the pros and cons of those two things? I think that's kind of an interesting debate if San Francisco is going to play ball with that.
That's the hard part is you got to give up an asset and you have to pay this player. I mean, let's be honest, north of $30 million a season. So would you rather trade up? So you give away the same asset, but you get a cost control player on a rookie deal, or do you want the proven commodity? That's what makes it hard, man. I think it's probably a different answer for every team.
What would actually cost less? Not dollars. What costs less capital?
Probably Jacksonville's at 17, so they'd have to get to
8.
Does that cost you? Is that going to be 2 first-round picks?
I'm inclined to think that it is. So now it's okay. Like you could trade just the one this year and pay Ayuk, or it's potentially an extra first-round pick for the rookie contract. I don't envy that choice.
I mean, you have Christian Kirk, you paid Gabe Davis, you have Zay Jones, you have Evan Ingram. Is this?
But they seem to they were really all in on bringing Ridley back.
Right.
This is still perceived very much as a need for Jacksonville, for internally.
Do you see it that way?
Whether we agree with it or not.
Like, I don't know that I see it that way for them.
I like their supporting cast as it is.
Right. I'd want to get stronger in some other areas. I'd want to upgrade my secondary a little bit.
How much of this is still trying to make the most of Trevor's rookie contract? And it sounds like that extension, they might be working towards getting that done this offseason at some point as well. Are you just trying to maximize your quarterback and really figure out where the ceiling is there and what you're going to have to keep and what kinds of players you're going to have to keep?
I think the Jaguars are a good example of a team that got all the hype with what they did in 2022. They won the playoff game, a dramatic comeback. They really challenged Kansas City in the divisional round. Mm-hmm. And then the expectations were there. And you gotta validate it, right? And they didn't do that this past year. And you didn't see Trevor Lawrence take the step I think a lot of people did. And so is this about giving Trevor Lawrence every opportunity to show that? I'm inclined to believe that there's an argument to be made for, well, if we're going to commit to Trevor Lawrence and pay him all the money, is it more prudent to see how he does with this supporting cast that I think is absolutely good enough? It's like, I'm not even a little bit concerned about this supporting cast in terms of weapons.
Yeah.
Like, he's not always going to have that around him if he's going to be taking $50+ million a season out of that cap.
They're in an interesting spot, but what we know is they very much feel like this is a must.
Yeah, and Trent Baalke, he plays business a little bit differently, right? So he certainly fits the mantra. Like, he likes toolsy guys. I mean, that's Ayuk to a T. Just a lot.
So what about the back half of the top 10? We haven't really gone into that yet. Giants at 6, Titans at 7. You have Bears, Falcons seeming like they're open for business. Jets sound like they're looking for a skill player. What's most interesting to you out about that group?
Well, I know that the popular talking point is the receivers, and if the quarterback sneaks in there. To me, I'm kind of curious to see what type of defensive talent starts to go off the board, if at all. Is this where we finally see a Byron Murphy tackle from Texas go off the board? Is there a corner that's in play? Does an edge rusher come off? If so, who is it? I'm curious to see if we get 1, 2, or 0 defensive players in that back half of the top 10. That's the compelling thing for me.
What's your gut tell you?
It feels like what should happen is Atlanta should trade out. But I think between Atlanta and Chicago, I think we get 1. I would be surprised if we got 2.
My gut tells me there's 1 defensive player in the top 10. And then what's crazy after that is if Minnesota doesn't get up, they're at 11. Denver's at 12. Are they a trade back candidate depending on if the quarterbacks go nuclear? And then the Raiders at 13. You could legit be looking at 11 of the first 13 picks potentially being offensive players. Hayes in the barn. I used that for my mock draft video.
I know. I heard it. I was so proud. Hayes
in
the
Marino
barn.
wisdom.
Yeah, I say it in my last conversation every week on Locked On Bills before a game. I say, all right, folks, the Hayes in the barn. We've done all we can do. Now it's time for the Bills to go out there and win the game. So yeah, that's one of my go-tos. Well, and I got that from like when I played high school football. That's what the coach always said.
Hayes in the barn.
All right, guys, Hayes in the barn. We did all we can. Let's go play the game.
Hey, we are teetering very close to a large viewership number. So if you guys have somebody that you think might enjoy tuning in with us on the first round, please let them know. Would love to see us just bump that viewership just a little higher so we can hit that cool benchmark. Joey Potts had this big prediction is Marshawn Nealon goes in the first round. And it sounds like Detroit might like him depending on how the defensive line and some of the other guys that they might have their eyes on, if those players fall to them or not. But I guess my question is, what other surprise players do you think, like who's the Cole Strange this year?
Is it Zach Frazier, West Virginia?
I don't think he'd be for us, or at least he wouldn't be for me. I think Frazier's got a better chance than Jackson Powers Johnson to go in the first round.
I would agree with that. I think Nealon's a good call out. What about like Junior Colson, Michigan linebacker?
I think if it's a linebacker, it's going to be the Texas A&M kid. Edge.
Cooper?
Yeah.
Not Peyton Wilson.
Edge
Look,
Cooper.
We just talked about 3 linebackers. Maybe there's a chance.
No.
The champ says Patrick Paul or Junior Colson.
Well, yeah, Patrick Paul I'm leery of just for positional need and what happens if Kansas City, it sounds like Kansas City's really intent on an offensive tackle. Would they go Sua Ma'atia? Would they go Patrick Paul? Would somebody else be left? I don't think so. I think you're probably under 8.5 tackles in the first round.
Really? You think 25% of the first round is going to be tackles?
Oh, I mean, you tell me, under.
I'm taking under. I just think that's too many. That's too many. That's too many, in my opinion.
I don't know. Deep wide receiver room. Quarterback run happens early. We're talking 2 defensive players in the first 13 picks. Rosengarten of the 49ers. Who was it that was doing mocks? They just could not stop doing it all cycle. They did it every time they did a mock. Was it Kuiper?
Kuiper, yeah. Rosengarten, like his last 3 mocks.
The 49ers every single time.
If it happens, then It'd be a big hat tip to Mel Kiper's 40th draft.
40 is it his 40th or his 41st?
41st overall, 40th on ESPN. So yeah, good
for
I
Mel.
mean, we're here because of Mel Kiper, right? Like,
no question.
Absolute pioneer in this industry. So big time shout out to the legit OG Godfather.
Hold on. I'm trying to find who was it that had somebody had a Rosengarten snippet today. Was it Albert Breer? I'm pulling it up. I'm risking a lot. I'm on Twitter during the draft, which I hate seeing if anything gets sniped there. Yeah, so this was Albert Breer today. What I'm hearing, 2 surprise first rounders, ? One could be Washington tackle Roger Rosengarten, who could be in play for San Francisco at 31 or Kansas City at 32. Which is interesting because didn't you say he gave you Andrew Wiley vibes a little bit?
Yeah. 100%, yeah.
So that's they'd move Jawan Taylor to left tackle. I guess he's getting paid $20 million per. He probably should just be playing left tackle, whether it's a good idea or not.
Maybe. Are we thinking the Chiefs are the Suamaya Taya spot because of like the BYU Andy Reid? Is that what's feeling that?
So when you do predictive mocks every year, right? For whatever reason, there's these late round pairings that just catch fire, right? You can't really explain who had it first or why they had it first. I think I did see something about a BYU connection with Andy, and they want to go tackle. But I think everybody had that at the end. And I know their backups wide receiver, and they might get some good value that falls because wide receivers, you're going to get the first 3. And then it sounds like there's some medical stuff with Brian Thomas. I believe that's a shoulder question for him on whether or not he ends up sliding down the board or not. Xavier Worthy sounds like he might go in the teens now after running 4.2. Sounds like the Colts really like him if they can't secure one of these other wide receivers. After that, I've seen about 30,000 Bills fans with Xavier Legette's name in this chat already tonight, and it's 8:12.
That could be a little bit
I know whose fault it is. But does he go before that? Is he there? Do the Bills go a different direction? Does Brian Thomas slide to 28? And would you take him? And then what does Detroit go with a wide receiver? We talked about them with T. Higgins already. Just really interesting. Really interesting.
I am happy to share that the NFL draft is underway. So the Bears are on the clock. Well, we don't know the pick yet, Kyle. So we'll wait. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. Do the thing. Yeah, appreciate that. I think a lot of the Xavier Legette thing is obviously I've hyped him up, but he did have like a private workout with the team, and Josh Allen commented on his accent, right, in like in an interview for the podcast with Kyle Allen and Jordan Palmer. So there's some reasonable.
He does have a banging accent, though.
Right. Right there, Aaron. Don't say that stuff.
There he is. I almost did it in my mock.
Yeah, but we can't risk the point.
If I found a spot for Legette to go before 28, I would have given him Troy Franklin.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, dude, we are 2 people away.
Can we tip the scales here? Oh, well, I'm not going to say it.
Were you going to jinx us? We did hit 4 figures, which is outstanding. It's great to see everybody.
Thank you. Yeah, unbelievable. Thank you guys for being here. Okay, so the Chicago Bears are on the clock. And formally, we are awaiting their selection, which we will give it its due response, right? This feels very much like a formality, but they deserve to have this conversation. And look, the Carolina Panthers, this is part of your trade. This is part of that move back. And so the unearned number 1 overall pick is a heck of a spot to be for Chicago. And obviously the future of that franchise is lying in the hands of what they do with this selection.
I think it's a really exciting time to be Bears fan. And talking about playing your cards right and making the most of the Carolina situation And that's going to be one of those trades we look back at 3 years from now and we do the tally on the full exchange. And it looks really rocky for Carolina right now. And I hope they get it right around Bryce. But even if they do get it right around Bryce, I think you're ultimately going to look at that team and everything Chicago got. The big thing for Chicago has already happened, and it was the trade with Carolina last year. This is now reaping the rewards of that to really send this team into a stratosphere where it's going to be I think the challenge is their cycle, their team life cycle is in phase with Green Bay's reset and with Detroit as well. And Minnesota's kind of trying to figure this out and get their own transition started as well. So we talk a lot about life cycles and a normal life cycle in the league that's not you have Patrick Mahomes or Tom Brady and you just compete for Super Bowls for 20 years, right? That's not the normal in the NFL. So for all of these teams in the North to kind of be getting it going at the same time, I think it's going to be a really fun, highly competitive division. And the key is going to be who gets the big separation. And for Chicago to have all the things that they have around Caleb now coming into making this pick with getting Keenan Allen and DJ Moore. And, oh, by the way, the pick at 9, which heaven help us if they trade back, they might get a boatload of draft capital for next year if they get a team that's desperate. What if they're the team that moves with the Rams that wants to come up into the top 10?
Mm-hmm.
That's come up 10 spot. Like that's a big haul. They might kick this thing even further. So I think the more interesting thing for Chicago is what they do at 9. But the things that they've done around Caleb is, I think, what really needs to be applauded as they come into making this pick.
I think not going back to Carolina and this being their pick, not only are we going to be looking at the graphics of the net of the trade, there's also the opportunity cost that you picked Bryce Young over CJ Stroud.
Mm-hmm.
And that deserves time to play out. But boy, oh boy, right now, that's not looking good.
As somebody who has lived that as a fan, I've lived that at 5 in the 2020 class. As a miserable time to be a fan.
The pick is in. With the number 1 overall pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears select Caleb Williams, quarterback, USC.
So we're chalk, which is good to start things off. When I think about the quarterbacks in this class, I think Caleb's the one who I feel like has the best ability to be all things, if that makes sense. I think Lincoln Riley's offense gives you enough structure stuff that when they had some playmakers, particularly in 2022, I think you saw that. I think the skill group was really underwhelming, particularly the pass catchers this year. And I think Caleb, in turn, responded by trying to do a lot and doing outside of structure stuff. He's got a really electric arm. He's got great elasticity with how he throws. I think they've got the supporting cast around them. This is one of the more higher expectation first-round picks that I can think of, probably since we do the project every year, right? When we talk about the supporting cast and the skill group and the coaching staff and the defense and the quarterback room. Trevor Lawrence didn't grade well as the number 1 overall pick. I think the highest we had a room graded was the Trey Lance and the Mac Jones situations for them as rookies coming in. But Trey, you knew wasn't going to start. So, this is one of the better situations for a rookie quarterback to come into.
No question. Obviously, you love DJ Moore and Keenan Allen and Cole Kmet and the improved running game and how the defense is kind of shaping up. I'm really excited to see how Caleb Williams evolves. And obviously the dynamic playmaking ability is evident when you watch Caleb Williams has access to the entire field, really dynamic with how he moves around the pocket and can extend plays. I'm curious to see how he settles in as a progression style rhythm passer, right? Because I still think for all the off script stuff that matters and is big, can he do the smart, right thing with the football and keep the offense on schedule and sprinkle in the great parts of his game to complement that? And I think that Chicago has built it up around him to this point that's going to allow him that best opportunity to do it. And let's be honest about this too. The NFC needed some quarterback talent here, right? Like, finally,
You're not kidding.
A big-time quarterback goes to the NFC. And if you're Chicago and you feel like you have this truck of a quarterback, right, that's going to be potentially one of those dudes, man, that's got to feel good based on where you're positioned. I know there's other good players in Hurts, and what Jordan Love looks really good with Green Bay, but this is the type of franchise-altering moment for Chicago. I know that there's all the commentary about the history of the quarterback position with the Chicago Bears, and I know that without all the things we said about Justin Fields didn't quite materialize the way that many hoped. This is your next bite at the apple, and this is a heck of a transition, a heck of a talent coming to Chicago.
I think the big difference is you talk extensively developing players around a developing quarterback. And what was that offensive situation like in Chicago? And I think that's kind of the why my expectations are different is Fields came in with nada, and Fields was supposed to be the savior for some jobs there. And it didn't work out that way. And I think this is you didn't put the cart before the horse, right? And the Justin Fields and his early career Caleb Williams is reaping the rewards of those struggles and trying to work through that with another young quarterback. And, they just happen to have a team that fails into the first pick so that they have this very easy decision to make.
Justin Fields somewhere in Pennsylvania right now is like, could I have this opportunity?
Right.
Could I have these players?
This group.
Right. And he's in Pittsburgh now. And I mean, talk about a team that needs some receivers, right? I know they've got Freiermuth and some running backs and of course, George Pickens, but still kind of a situation where I think from a players around him perspective, he probably wishes he had a chance to be the quarterback in Chicago.
Are you ready for this? I have the depth chart from September 1st, 2021.
Oh no.
That Justin Fields as a rookie quarterback had the chance to work with. The wide receiver room was Darnell Mooney, Marquise Goodwin, Allen Robinson. I should say the ghost of Allen Robinson, Rodney Adams, and Demir Bird were the wide receivers. Jimmy Graham and J.P. Holtz, along with Jesse James and Cole Kmet at tight end.
The ghost of Jimmy Graham as well.
The ghost of Jimmy Graham. Starting offensive line, Elijah Wilkinson, Cody Whitehair, Sam Mustipher, James Daniels, and Jermaine Ifedi was the starting offensive line. David Montgomery and Damian Williams in the backfield.
Teams bust players more than players bust teams. No better example. By the way, the coaching staff flipped over after that season, right?
Right, it was Nagy and Bill Lazor.
Come on, who was going to be successful in that? And I think that's what should give Pittsburgh some hope that Justin Fields, like the book's not written there. And as a dynasty owner of Justin Fields, who's hanging on to him, you know what I mean? I got a little hope here.
So we now shift gears to Washington, and for whatever reason, like all the way up through today, like this afternoon, like there were still some people that are like, I don't know about number 2. It's felt like Jaden Daniels. It's been drummed up as Jaden Daniels. The sportsbook made sure they dipped into everybody's pocket by giving JJ McCarthy and Drake May their favorite odds to be the number 2 pick. And then magically 3 days later, it's back to Jaden Daniels and he's minus 500 to be the pick at number 2.
Hey, Vegas doesn't put out these lines to lose money, man. They probably saw, okay, this is not going to go well for us. If
we're going to take it back. We got to get some other guys going.
Let's get some movement here. Let's get some money in on some bets that aren't going to pan out. So that way we don't take a massive L here. We got to build skyscrapers in Vegas. You know what I mean? You don't do that by giving away a bunch of money.
So we've talked about Washington and their coaching staff with Jaden Daniels. And that's really still for me. And I know the Longo offense in North Carolina has some parallels from an air raid background perspective that Drake May had a chance to work with to some degree. But it just feels like the athleticism and quarterback running ability of Jayden Daniels makes it the fit that I think makes the most sense.
The pick is in, Kyle Krabs. With the number 2 pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Washington Commanders select Jayden Daniels, quarterback, LSU. Spent quite the glow up for Jayden Daniels, right? A few years ago at Arizona State, kind of an afterthought of a prospect. He goes to LSU, and my, oh my, did he develop as a football player. That LSU offense was fun, and a big reason why was the quarterback, Jayden Daniels, a dual threat guy, the deep ball, the ability to win with his legs, really developing in so many different ways to be the productive player that he was last year, the Heisman Trophy winner. And it's a really appealing opportunity in Washington. The offensive coordinator being Cliff Kingsbury. There's some receiver talent here in Terry McLaurin and Jahan Dotson. And I'm excited to see like this next opportunity for Cliff. I think he probably learned a lot from his time in Arizona. And this is a unique skill set for him to work with. And that ability to push the ball down the field that can go with kind of the in-structure spread dynamics with Cliff. I think that's where you find your optimism for Washington that they finally have their guy.
Chat's mind is blown that you knew the pick. Apparently the broadcast is still chatting about. So this is the broadcast today.
Well, welcome.
What your sources are.
Welcome. We're gonna have the picks before the broadcast. So
I think the interesting thing about Jayden Daniels is the path he took, I think. When you consider him coming to Arizona State, somebody dropped the clip on the timeline, him throwing a touchdown pass at Arizona State to Brandon Ayuk in the fourth quarter to beat the Justin Herbert-led Oregon Ducks.
That's not a real thing. That's not a real thing. Yes, I refuse to believe that that's real.
So that's the thing, right? Is he's been on this long journey. He played at Arizona State. He comes to LSU the past 2 years, obviously takes the massive leap. There's a whole subsection of, I think it's, the dynasty fantasy football that like age and breakout age. And I know that's more of like a wide receiver thing. It's like a huge deal, but I think that is kind of the intersection for Jayden Daniels that makes him such a unique player. But there, you can't compete with the athleticism that he has versus these other quarterbacks. It's just a different tier. And I agree with you. I think that's where, if you can get him operating the structure of the passing offense with that athleticism, that's always going to get run and be coveted by teams.
So the other interesting part of Jayden Daniels is the size dynamic, right? Tall, lean, and he takes hits, right? And that's where I think the Lamar Jackson, that conversation misses me. Is Lamar is very athletic and he does a very good job of protecting himself as a runner. I think Jayden Daniels in his evolution here to the pro game in a division that's, Micah Parsons is over there in Dallas. You know what I mean? You gotta protect yourself. And I kind of feel like this scheme is going to give him a good opportunity to do that, depending on how he functions within that. So
he's just got to play smart. And I don't know that he's learned. I saw enough of those hits last year where I'm not sure he's learned the lesson yet.
I do think he does a good job of, like, for a big play quarterback, I think he takes care of the football pretty well, which is another thing that I do like about him. Like when you can thread the needle between being dynamic and making plays and also not turning over the ball, that's a good spot to be. Obviously, has a lot to learn in terms of what he can and cannot get away with at the NFL level. But if you're Washington, you feel like you feel pretty good about being able to get this quarterback right now. And who knows what's the situation with the Giants? Who knows the situation in Dallas? Jalen Hurts obviously really struggled down the stretch last year. Yeah, you got to feel pretty good if you're at Washington. Now they got to get this offensive line figured out. That's going to be the big thing. They got to get this O-line.
That's another luxury to having Jayden Daniels as well. And the escapability, the run ability, the +1 in the run game ability. I think that changes how teams play you up front and the fronts you experience and the coverages you experience. and whether or not you're blitzed. I think that's, all of the compounding variables that are fed into how a defense plays you on any given week. I think that is one of the math of the game, right? We talk about math changers at the quarterback position. That is, that's one of his most appealing qualities. And I think that will help a personnel group that really needs as much help, I think, as they can get.
Kyle, the pick is in for the New England Patriots. And with the number 3 pick in the 2024 NFL draft, the New England Patriots draft quarterback Drake Maye, University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill.
So this was the one we were all kind of waiting for, because New England tried to play the game, right? New England tried to string this thing out and see if somebody was going to lose their mind. And I think it is smart. If you're going to take a quarterback, the worst possible thing you could do is get cute with it, right? And I think that's applicable to a situation like this where you're fielding trade offers. I think it's applicable to day 2 quarterbacks versus end of bypassing a guy with your first pick and trying to come back around and him the next time around. I think for New England, I mentioned this a couple weeks ago on Locked On NFL Scouting, but I think the biggest appeal for Drake Maye is their past quarterback was a keep it between the lines, execute the offense, and I'm going to give you no value outside of that. Whereas Drake Maye, you have to groom him in that capacity, but he already has an inherent trait and skill with the outside of structure stuff that Mac Jones just, I don't think that skill set's ever going to be conducive to him playing that brand of football. So I think that's, anytime something doesn't work, you tend to see people overcorrect the other way. And whether it's an overcorrection or not is, I think, a completely different discussion. But as far as this selection, I think the number one motivating factor for me to say, hey, I think this is a good thing for New England, is it's not the same style of quarterback that you just moved on from.
I think the big thing for New England is supporting Drake Maye. I think Drake Maye is a reasonable swing to get a franchise quarterback, and the New England Patriots certainly need that. They also need to get this roster better around him. Their offensive line, their weapons, they got to get better here. And I hope that they learned a lot from what they did to Mac Jones. Now, I never thought very highly of Mac Jones as a quarterback, but did they really give him an opportunity to prove that he can play based on the coaching, the O-line, the weapons? It was never good.
Yeah, the offensive system for Matt Patricia and Joe Judge trying to run a Shanahan system and learn it themselves overnight it's quite frankly a joke, right? Is a joke.
Right, Alex Van Pelt, the OC now, it's the same but different in so many different ways operationally. But I'm curious to see how they get this right around him. Because if not, you got to play Jacoby Brissett. Like you can't put Drake Maye into this lineup right now. You cannot do it, in my opinion.
Yeah, and they should not be in a rush when you consider where some of the other teams in the AFC East are. Take your time. First-year head coach, young head coach, just moved on from Bill Belichick. Haven't even committed to a general manager yet. Take your time and get it right. Be process-oriented, which you would like to think that they will be. Joe, let's take a quick break before our next pick.
All right, quick break before the next pick. When you're hiring for your small business, you want to find as many quality professionals that you can that are right for the role. That's why you have to check out LinkedIn Jobs. LinkedIn Jobs has the tools to help you find the right professionals for your team faster and for free. LinkedIn isn't just another job board. LinkedIn helps you hire professionals that you can't find anywhere else, even those who aren't actively searching for a new job. In a given month, over 70% of LinkedIn users don't even visit other leading job sites. So if you're not looking on LinkedIn, you're looking in the wrong place. LinkedIn knows that small businesses are wearing so many hats right now and might not have the time or resources to hire. Well, luckily, LinkedIn is constantly looking for ways to make hiring even easier. In fact, they just launched a feature that helps you write job descriptions. So post your job for free at linkedin.com/LockedOnNFL. That's linkedin.com/LockedOnNFL to post your job for free. Terms and conditions apply.
This episode of your favorite Locked On podcast is brought to you by the best meal kit service in the game, Home Chef. No more having to answer the dreaded question, what are we going to do for dinner tonight? Thanks to Home Chef and their chef design recipes that are delivered directly to my door, all pre-packaged, pre-portioned. They even peel the garlic cloves for you. And each recipe, one of my favorites, black and mahi, comes with a full page of easy to read instructions that include customization options and pictures to guide you along the way through the step-by-step process, so you don't have to ask, is that what chard looks like? I cannot recommend Home Chef enough, especially right now, because for a limited time, Home Chef is giving Locked On listeners 18 free meals, free dessert for life, and of course, free shipping on your first box if you head to homechef.com/lockedon today. That's homechef.com/lockedon for 18 free meals and free dessert for life. Yes, you heard that right. Homechef.com/lockedon. Must be an active subscriber to receive free dessert.
So we get three quarterbacks. Yeah, right. Good call here. By the way, that's Ross Jackson. We talk about Ross Jackson all the time.
There's Ross.
There he is. Three quarterbacks, top three picks. Fair to say that all three of them are better outside of structure players right now than they are inside of structure?
Yes.
And that's a very interesting thing to me.
Do you remember the first time we had inside-outside structure debate?
Jordan Love.
Yeah. And man, but here's the thing with Jordan Love. What did the Packers allow him to do?
Develop. Took his time. Yeah.
Right? There's no pressure. Right. And I think Caleb has the cast to work through it. I think Washington has the right scheme with some early wide receiver talent to maybe try to make it work. And New England's the one where I think they should tread carefully. And somebody else was on here saying, do we all have to pretend like we're not hoping he's a massive bust? From a rooting interest of the AFC East and being Bills and Dolphins fans. Yeah. And I think it is a risky pick for New England in that regard. I don't know that JJ McCarthy would be any better, because I would still have the same questions about the cast and the roster around the quarterback.
All right, Kyle Krabs, the number 4 pick is in. And with the 4th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals select Marvin Harrison Jr., wide receiver, The Ohio State University.
Chalk so far, huh?
Chalk so far, and I give Arizona a lot of credit for sticking and picking here. They have all the draft picks, man. They have tons of draft picks. They need
get on the 6
players.
Top 100, right?
Dude, they need players. Marvin Harrison Jr., for my money, the best prospect in this class, and the need at wide receiver for the Arizona Cardinals is massive. Right now, Michael Wilson, Chris Moore, Greg Dortch, your top 3 receivers. We can't go to war with that. We can't give Kyler Murray that opportunity. You have a ready-made number 1 target in Marvin Harrison, as complete of a prospect as I've seen at the wide receiver position, throwing the ball 150 times this year and prosper. I think this was absolutely the right choice. I'm sure they had offers to move out. They probably could have got 11 and 23 from the Minnesota Vikings. But what they couldn't have gotten is the best player of the draft, and that's Marvin Harrison Jr. I think this is a great pick for Monty Austin Ford.
Joe Alt slander will not be tolerated on this live stream. Called him the best player. What did you think of the debate in regards to the big 3 wide receivers? Where did you feel like that was just fatigue? Marvin Harrison fatigue? I mean, there was this whole, some people might favor Odunze, or Nabers might be the number 1 wide receiver.
Right. It's Marvin. It's always been Marvin. I like those other prospects, man. But some of that conversation got a little bit silly to me. And I feel like we've seen this with other players at other positions where like they're just awesome and you just get, I didn't, but people get bored with it. And you start to ask yourself questions because you have to look at it from every imaginable angle. And it gets silly. But to me, it's always been Marvin Harrison Jr. And him going to the Cardinals is a slam dunk fit.
Yeah. I think it's a desperate intersection. As much as you could have this early in the draft, the best player available with a dire need on your roster. So that's job well done. I have a confession and then a question.
Okay.
My confession, I just realized I have a candle lit over here, and I have my Royal Farms bag floating.
I was wondering what you're doing. I thought you were warding off a child. I thought certainly a child was in the room. Like, okay, I better talk.
I have a candle.
Okay.
And it was a little too close to comfort for the edge of the bag.
Oh man, that would have been for great broadcast opportunity.
Yeah,
Burn your house down for us, Kyle.
Yeah, here's anything for a few likes on social media, right? Do the Chargers stay put?
I don't think so. I think this is where we get our first trade. I always reserve the right to be wrong, just like I was about. And people want to point out that I had Joe Alt going to the Patriots. So did Lance Zierlein, folks. So let's not act like I just made it up.
Okay, but here's the thing. Just because that didn't happen, I promise you that conversation was had within the Patriots.
Right.
Building.
I didn't make it up.
So you think the Chargers move out? Who's motivated to move up right now?
Minnesota.
Why?
Because they don't want the Raiders or the Broncos to come up and get this quarterback. And you have JJ McCarthy going to the Giants. So if they don't get right here, and you're right about that, that's the motivation.
I'm inclined to agree. But if Minnesota's guy was Drake Maye, then this conversation's over.
Oh, yeah. Then them acquiring pick 23 and all that, we're going to have a lot of questions about it.
Yeah. And I mean, you can get into the value of the pick and maybe it being facilitated by Houston side of things because they wanted to set up acquiring Stephon Diggs and all that kind of stuff. But at the end of the day, like, this was the perception that I had coming into this draft is everybody was angling to trade up, but they were trading up for a singular player.
Okay.
I don't think the Chargers move out here. I think it's too early for the teams that are going wide receiver hunting because the teams that are going wide receiver hunting are too far back in the order for the Chargers to get their guy in Latham. So I think they stay and pick.
Latham overall, that would just...
I think so.
That's going to make for some very interesting conversation right here. Well, it'll happen soon enough. So whenever we get the pick, we will break it down. But I mean, I guess it's been chalk to this point, and this is where things get interesting. Even if it is JC Latham here, but we will find out soon enough. Did you get your situation? I'm nervous about your house burning down. I can breathe. I can forget about that possibility.
Yeah. Regas just said they're burning too much time. I said they're burning. I said, oh, he's worried about my house too, as Joe's asking me about.
Brother.
No, we're good. All right. Also had a lot of questions about how many C4s we're going to have tonight. And I would count on at least a couple more. It's a long night.
The challenge is going to be being able to use the restroom here. So
it's okay. Ross Jackson has the read
sprint, baby. Get it
every hour. I get a 60 minute and 3 second break.
We got each other's backs here. If it gets dicey, all right, we'll give ourselves a little sign. You know, if I start getting a little bit squirmy here, you know, I got to go for a second.
I'm gonna let you. You do your live reads first, and then you can
go. So we're expecting a tackle for the Chargers. They still have the choice of 2 receivers and a trade out. They are sticking and picking. I can tell you that they are sticking and picking.
Because the pick is in.
The pick is in, but I don't know who it is yet. So we know that they're not moving out. So this is not a trade. So
I think that when Drake Maye comes off the board, all of the teams climbing over each other with quarterback offers saw the guy that they wanted to go up and get came off the board.
So you had a good read on that, I would say. And now if this really goes down, like if you get this and McCarthy goes next, and then you had Nix and Penix going as well.
Yeah, because Minnesota can't pass on Nix because I think Denver would take him.
Yeah.
And they pick right in front of Denver. So, and then the question is just, will the Raiders have to get aggressive to go get Penix? Can they stay at 13? There were some people thinking maybe they could come back around and trade up and take somebody else at 13. But I think if Denver has any interest in Nix at all, or Nix or Penix, I think it just leaves it way too. Like you can't mess around. You got to get your guy, or somebody else will. That guy Jose isn't Latham over Alt insane.
Well, if it happens, we.
Well, let's just talk about the 2 players, right?
Okay.
I think for the Chargers' perspective, the reason you would go Latham is because he's a total road grader in the run game, and he's a natural right tackle. And you have Rashawn Slater that plays left tackle for your offensive line. So I think that's part of the thought process for why everybody has gravitated towards Latham. I don't think Alt is only a left side player, but I think there is some kind of tangible value for he fits the style of football that we want to play, and we don't have to recondition and train him to play a different spot. Now, whether or not that means he's the better player, I had Joe Alt was the best player I had grading this draft class. So you're not going to get an argument from me that Joe Alt, if you're going to pick a tackle, I would pick Joe Alt.
Well, the Chargers pick is in. With the number 5 pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Chargers select offensive tackle Joe Alt.
Okay.
Notre Dame. So there you have it. The buzz was all about J.C. Latham. And I don't know what landed them on Joe Alt, but good. Because I think Joe Alt, for me, he's the number 2 prospect in this class. For Kyle, he's the number 1 prospect in this class.
Yeah.
And we know that they wanted to prioritize this offensive line, and to get a talent like Joe Alt, who I think like in some years could be the number 1 overall pick, to get him at 5 is great for the Chargers. If they want to improve their offensive line, there's no better way to do it in this draft than picking Joe Alt.
Yeah, I think he has the chance to be a perennial all-pro type of player. I think the ceiling is that high. When you see the size, the length, the athletic profile, the refinement that was made as far as his fundamentals this past year, and the growth that he showed as a former tight end that added all this weight, NFL offensive line bloodlines, there's a lot here. And now going to play with Harbaugh, and Harbaugh's whole MO is bully ball. And that's what they want to do. And I think he has an outstanding opportunity to, out of all of the players added in the top 5, if you ask me who's the best scheme fit and stylistic fit, including the quarterbacks, I might say Joe Alt. So I'm very excited for the Chargers and Alt as that combo to be what they ultimately landed on, instead of just landing on the right tackle for the sake of a right tackle.
So let's consider the dominoes for this Chargers offensive line. Is this just we're putting Alt at right tackle, Pipkins goes to the bench, and then it's Slater at left tackle, Johnson at left guard, Bozeman at center, Sawyer at right guard, and Alt at right tackle? Or are we...
I would assume so.
That's the logical plan for me.
I think that's... And I get really bummed out for Corey Linsley, because he'd have been awesome in the middle of that. Right. Oh, they did a nice job pivoting to Bradley Bozeman. I think that's another like stylistic in close quarter phone booth bully type of player. So that again, the style makes sense. But yeah, I think the very easy decision, regardless of the contract that you did or did not give Trey Pipkins, is, and at least you have Pipkins where I don't expect Alt will need the runway to work on the right tackle conditioning and play. But at the very least, you got a good swing tackle here, and Sawyer has reasonable tape as an NFL offensive tackle as well. So like you have some flexibility with this unit as well if you catch yourself in a pinch.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. I like that idea quite a bit. Now I think for the Chargers, it's about, okay, we got our tackle. We're coming back here in the top of the second round. You got to hope there's some receiver talent that is still around for you. I think there will be. And I think complimenting Quinton Johnston and Josh Palmer, like there's going to be good options for them. But I mean, if depending on who gets to them, was it 37 they pick?
Yeah.
Coupling that with Joe Alt, you can really get excited about your tackle receiver combos, because I don't think you were going to be able to get a tackle like, or even close to Joe Alt at the top of round 2.
This is the quarterback conversation all over again. You were going to miss the boat.
Yes,
if you didn't get one this time, you were going to come back and it was going to be Patrick Paul.
So the Chargers' first 3 picks, Joe Alt, some wide receiver, and then we're getting Blake Corum in the 3rd round, right? Like that's
right. Yeah. We'll go Roman Wilson, and then
yeah,
they might pick Mike Sandersill. Like
I mean, honestly, Roman Wilson might not be a bad idea for this team, right? Like,
that'd be a great idea for this team.
Because regardless of what we think of Quinton Johnson and Josh Palmer, like, those are their guys. And you want to compliment them. All right. Well, I think Roman Wilson kind of makes sense there.
So our next domino effect here, it's twofold. It's pick 6 and 7. I think there's some domino effects. Do the Giants go quarterback? I think is a big question. And then the Titans, everybody in the comments talking about the poor Titans. They Joe Alt was supposed to be here. The nice thing for the Titans is if they want an offensive tackle, I think they will not have an issue finding one. And they had kind of been linked to maybe being a backup wide receiver spot too. And now for sure one of the big 3 wide receivers is theoretically going to be available to you. Or not theoretically, is going to be available to you if you have to pivot off of offensive tackle. I think the big question is, with a tackle room that looks as bad as Tennessee's does, would they do that at this pick?
Well, the pick is in at number 6 for the New York Giants. And with the 6th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the New York Football Giants select Malik Nabers, wide receiver, LSU. So
this was an Odunze spot for forever. If they were going to go wide receiver, they were tied to Odunze, and I thought it made sense with Dayball and that offense, but I guess they just want another run after catch guy, the best run after catch guy, but a run after catch guy to add to the group of shifty guys with the balls in the hands that they already have.
Clearly a type, right? I mean, clearly a type. The biggest takeaway here, Nabers is a phenomenal talent. We can get to that. I think the biggest takeaway that I have is that, all right, this is your path forward. It's Daniel Jones. You had the chance to pick J.J. McCarthy here. You didn't. You're sticking with Daniel Jones. And to me, that makes sense. No, this regime did not draft Daniel Jones, but they sure as heck paid him. And it was very unfortunate year 1 into that extension. The injury, the offensive line was a disaster. Now this is very much make or break season for Daniel Jones. And I guess the last time that happened, he played pretty well. Now he's got a receiver like Malik Nabers. They've added some reinforcements to this offensive line. There should be well-established understanding of the system and expectations with Dayball. Do it or don't. Big year for Daniel Jones and Brian Dayball.
Yeah, I think, sorry, I went to pull up the depth chart and it was the 2021, the September 2021, the Bears one. I just changed the team thing and it gave you like Kenny Galladay's not on the Giants. They spent a lot on this offensive line between Runyon and Illuminor. What they brought in Stinney this offseason as well. And then obviously the Evan Neal, we're waiting to see what he's going to become. Have we gotten any clarity on Darren Waller and his situation and whether or not he's going to play this year?
No. You have to, at this point, start to be thinking about that not being part of your equation offensively. Because even if he plays, like, come on, man, like you start to have one toe out the door, man, I'd have questions about that.
Yeah. But for the Dayball scheme specifically, everybody assumed Odunze. How do you, as somebody who's very intimate with that scheme, how do you feel Nabers projects into that?
I think the big thing with the Dayball scheme is how it can evolve and change. I think that was probably my biggest takeaway of him in Buffalo was the offense will look different all the time. You hear about coaches that talk about catering their offense to the players that they have. I think Brian Daboll actually does that. And so I think you could certainly look at Odunze and talk yourself into the like legit route running and body control. And like, you feel really good about the volume of targets going his way and how he would complement this weaponry. But I do have a level of confidence in Brian Daboll that even though there's some repetitive skill sets here, that he can get the most out of them. And I think the big thing is this offensive line's got to give him a chance this year.
I guess that's maybe as we see here, we digest this pick, not really surprised. Daboll eager to get the guy whose entire MO is get the ball in his hands in space, and he's going to make it happen. So I think that's, for Nabers, I like the fit with the coach But as you said, the personnel in its entirety, you can't throw the ball to yourself. You can't block for the quarterback and then catch the football. I think there's some variables stacked on top of that the Giants, obviously, they were aware of what their issues were on the offensive line, and I think it gives them some flexibility between Illuminor and Runyon to kind of raise the floor. Plus, John Michael Schmitz is a second-year player at center who didn't have a great rookie season, but what rookie offensive lineman consistently does. You never know when a guy's going to come in and catch lightning in a bottle. Most guys, there is a little bit of a learning curve. So we'll see what that looks like for the Giants.
Yeah, I think the exciting thing for me with Nabers is he is so dynamic, but I think there's so much to develop route running wise with his releases and how he sets up his breaks. Like, I know that he can dominate based on his athleticism and his skill with the ball in his hands, but as he becomes more of a technician, man, the ceiling is so high.
Yeah.
And maybe that's part of their vision here and why they went there. I think you get a higher floor with Odunze. I think the ceiling's higher with Nabers.
I think that's a fair assessment because I think Odunze is a better route runner right now.
Yeah.
But Nabers has all of the ability in the world. That initial burst, either at the line of scrimmage, at the catch point, or at the top of the break, it is a very real thing. And I think that for a quarterback in Daniel Jones, who isn't the most anticipatory thrower, I think is something that maybe they lean into him a little bit heavier than, and I'm glad with what Jalen Hyatt and Darius Slayton, like Darius Slayton's a straight line vertical guy, and Hyatt was kind of a long strider vertical guy, and then Wan'Dale Robinson couldn't stay healthy, and Sterling Shepard couldn't stay healthy. So I think this does kind of bridge that gap a little bit.
Titans on the clock here at number 7, Kyle Krabs, and we got a pick.
Do you have the pick?
We have the pick from the Tennessee Titans here. So no trades, man. We're picking players. We're sticking and picking. And with the number 7 pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Tennessee Titans select J.C. Latham, offensive tackle, Alabama. So they were counting on Joe Alt being there, right?
Yep.
They were in on an offensive tackle. And I think the exciting thing about whatever offensive tackle the Titans got is the opportunity to work with Bill Callahan. And I think that the upside with Latham is clear. I thought he needed some technical work with his footwork. But this guy can move bodies. He's got size and athleticism and length for days. That is a great opportunity for him to pair with Callahan and really unlock that potential. They needed offensive tackle, right? We talked about the big need for Arizona at wide receiver. Same situation here with the Titans at tackle with a young quarterback in Levis and the style of offense that they're going to want to play, West Coast style offense. I think this guy obviously has a great opportunity here in this offense with Bill Callahan.
So they've kind of really gone after a type when you consider Cushenberry at center and now Latham, and Alt would have checked the same box for them, right? As far as like a powerful player, but Skoronski, kind of dense build. I think that they have the potential here to really get a group of guys that can compound each other's strengths very well. And you mentioned Callahan and how cohesive you expect that unit to be as a result of that presence on the coaching staff. I like that this was the pivot. I know we had heard maybe Olu Fashanu, if they traded back, would have been somebody they would have been interested in. I believe you shared that with me based off a phone call that you had if they moved out of 7.
Mm-hmm.
I think Olu Fashanu would have been a little bit of a different kind of tackle, where if you told me Joe Alt wasn't available, maybe Latham going this early is a little bit of a surprise. I think Bill Belichick had it on his board for McAfee today, though.
Right.
OT2. I think stylistically it fits with what other guys that they assembled. And for that reason, I think that's why I can kind of buy in on this pick.
All right, Kyle, I'm going to tell everybody about our friends at Monopoly. Then I'm going to need just a quick second for myself. So, folks, we have a competitive side here, Kyle Krabs and I. and our competitive side is a big fan of Monopoly Go. I'm sure you've heard of it. It's been downloaded over 150 million times. It's a great twist on Monopoly where you play on not one, but hundreds of Monopoly boards in crazy locations, building up amazing cities that bring you big money. But the best part is messing with my friends. I can charge them rent on my iconic properties, just like classic Monopoly, but now I can also rob their vaults of riches for myself. And the leaderboards show me who the biggest Monopoly tycoon is. But it's not just my competitive side that loves it. You can team up with friends and people all around the world in time tournaments and earn huge rewards. So get in the game and join your friends. Download Monopoly Go now for free on the App Store or Google Play.
What is time for him? He means time for himself. Okay, cool. Chat. I saw Santeet said bad news. He had Alt and Latham flipped in his mock. Same. I don't think anybody necessarily sniffed that one out. So if you did, good on you guys. Would love to hear from you guys in the chat while we wait for Joe to circle the wagons. How's that? Invoke the Bills and come on back to us. Biggest question that you guys have after 7 picks, first 7 picks in this draft. You had quarterbacks 1 through 3, Marvin Harrison Jr. at 4, Joe Alt to the Chargers at 5, Malik Nabers, wide receiver, to the Giants at 6, and then J.C. Latham, this most recent pick, to the Titans at 7. What questions do you guys have? I know one that I saw several times was questions about trades. Where are the trades? Kind of got the sense, at least from me, that if you were going to get a quarterback trade, that could happen early. But I think for a lot of the trades in this draft, the conversation felt like it started with Atlanta at 8 and potentially Chicago at 9. So I'm not necessarily surprised we haven't gotten that action yet, just because the quarterback everybody was waiting for it and come off the board. I didn't expect the Chargers to move out based off expecting Maye to go at 3. So I think this is kind of where, if stuff's going to get weird, I think it's going to start now. So that's my gut reaction as far as the trades.
With Atlanta, right?
Atlanta or Chicago.
Right. So I think Odunze being on the board, McCarthy being on the board could move the needle there. Or is this where we start to see some defensive players? Or does Atlanta just say, we're going to pick Odunze? I know that we have weapons, but
the Jets.
No, he's not getting past the Jets. We know that. But if you're Atlanta, I think you have to ask yourself some questions.
Did the Jets play defense? Somebody coming up for Odunze? Because Jacksonville wanted Nabers. And that ship has sailed.
He plays for the Giants.
He plays his rights belong to the Giants because he hasn't signed yet.
Right.
So I think, this is interesting. What the Falcons have been a pretty frequent edge spot. Dallas Turner. I didn't call him Dallas Thomas this time.
Have you been doing that?
No, I did it with you the other day.
Oh, I must have missed that one.
And you corrected me.
We have a pick. We have a pick, Kyle Krabs. Wow. Okay. Wow.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. With the number 8 pick in the 2024 NFL draft, the Atlanta Falcons select Michael Penix Jr., quarterback, Washington.
Somebody had this, I think. All right, hold.
I had to make sure I was right. This is a real thing. The Atlanta Falcons, with pick 8, going with Michael Penix Jr.
Can I be honest? I hate this pick. You, as the Falcons, just paid Kirk Cousins all the dollars to be in a competitive window, to then in turn use a top 10 pick on presumably a backup quarterback for the life of the Kirk Cousins contract.
An old quarterback, Kyle.
A 24-year-old quarterback who probably will not get a chance to start in the NFL until he's 27 at the earliest?
What did we do to help us in this window with Kirk Cousins?
Nothing.
You could have picked Odunze. You had your choice of defensive players. Surely you could have traded back.
No, because the Raiders would have picked him at 13.
No, I'm just saying you could have just not picked Penix and traded back. Like you could have done so many other things than stick and pick Michael Penix.
Oh, wait. No, where'd it go? It was Tuttle is the one I wanted. Can we still blame Arthur Smith?
I mean, it's Ben Chalk, but you want to talk about a friggin' grenade here.
I told you it was going to get weird. I just didn't think it was going to get weird like this.
Oh, my goodness.
I never in a million years. Somebody had this today.
Well, that person needs to spike the ball.
Hold on. Talk to the people. I'm going to try to find it.
Okay.
Somebody had Penix potentially as high as 8 to the Falcons. They had it today. I know I saw it somewhere.
This was not on my radar at all. And that's not even getting into what I think of Penix as a prospect because I'm low on him.
That's a whole other conversation.
Right. Like we can't even have that conversation because this is just too weird.
Now, my whole timeline is flooded with the pick now, so I can't find who had. Somebody had this today.
They sent to the contingency. They sent the head coach, the GM to Seattle for the pro day. And they just picked them. I cannot.
So,
when you sign Kirk Cousins, this is not what you do.
Let's come back.
Let's
go to scheme. Let's go to scheme. Let's talk scheme.
Okay.
We have Raheem bringing over the McVay coaching tree to run the offense in Atlanta with a good offensive line. Drake London, Kyle Pitts, Bijan Robinson. How do we get to the strengths of Michael Penix as a player with this pick? I at least want to ask the question as we're figuring this out.
What does Michael Penix do well? He throws the ball down the field.
That's down the field.
He has a big arm.
But he doesn't access the middle of the field very consistently.
No.
It's all 20-plus yard and outside the numbers throws is where he shines the most.
You gave $100 million guaranteed to Kirk Cousins. He hasn't started a game for you, and you already have the succession plan.
I don't have it. I hope you had Penix in the first round of your mocks. For those of you on the huddle report, you get a point for it.
I mean, Raheem Morris waited so long for this opportunity to be a head coach again. He must have said, I'm going down with Michael Penix. That's what he must have decided he was going to do. Jeremy Fowler had some good scoops on this.
Was that Fowler?
Yeah.
Who said it?
He said multiple people have told me that they believe the Falcons like Penix a lot, enough to take him at number 8.
There you go. And Pete, the chat's pointing out Kirk Cousins obviously coming off an Achilles, and I get that.
You can't give him $100 million guaranteed if you had a concern about him not being your quarterback.
I don't think it was the concern of him being ready, but more the start of him being ready for the start of the season.
Then sign Ryan Tannehill and move on with your life.
Right. Shout out to this guy. My frat brothers had Penix going to Atlanta, just won $500.
Good for them.
Good for you.
All right.
I never in a million years would have had it.
We have the number 9 pick. Are we good here on Penix? We're going to talk about this for the rest of our lives.
Did the Bears stay and pick?
The Bears have they've selected a player.
Talk dirty to me. Tell me it's Byron Murphy.
With the number 9 pick in the 2024 NFL draft, the Chicago Bears select Rome Odunze, wide receiver, Washington. So back-to-back Huskies drafted. So the Bears continue to build around Caleb Williams, and they have DJ Moore, they have Keenan Allen, and now they have Rome Odunze. I mean, could there be a more dude? Like, this isn't going to be a situation in Chicago where we talk about Caleb Williams not being set up for success. Like, that just won't be part of what we talk about. To me, the expectations, I mean, are already high, and like, I think this is a good pick. Like, I could make the case for the defensive player, but load up, baby. Load up. Like, and Chicago, you've never had a good offense in the history of your organization.
Right. You
Like,
never had a 4,000-yard passer. I don't think they've ever had a quarterback throw for 30 touchdowns in a season. Like, none of that's ever happened for Chicago.
Like, enough's enough, at least in the eyes of this regime. So give them credit.
So let's talk about the wide receiver trio. Keenan Allen in the slot, DJ Moore and Rome Odunze outside. It's gonna be a little difficult to defend. I really like not only what that does for Caleb Williams, I like what that does for Keenan Allen as a player, late stage career player who could still run routes with the rest of them, but is slowing down. He had an outstanding season last year. And now you consistently put him in a position where he's going to be getting mismatches unless you're going to take your corners and travel them with, and then you're getting a height, weight, speed guy in Rome on the outside, in theory, in one-on-one situations. I think the way that these wide receivers play off of each other is outstanding. And this is our last chance to get a defense player in the top 10.
Well, we have a trade.
The Jets traded out.
The Jets traded out. The Vikings moved up. So the Vikings moved up one pick. We think. I don't know that they traded from 11 to 10. I don't know that. Could be 23 to 10. I don't have that information right now. But we do know that the Vikings are on the clock. The Jets moving out of this pick. So when we get the terms and we get the pick, we'll get into it. But
this has to be defense for McCarthy.
You would think. And I think that this changes the conversation for Minnesota, because this is a much more subtle trade than previously discussed to still get the same player. We thought we wouldn't have blinked an eye if they moved up to 4 and picked them.
If they moved up from 11, they didn't give up 23 to flip one spot. This is probably a day 3 pick.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly not big. Again, I'll give you the terms once I have them. So
that ruined the plans for the Jets.
Yeah, we knew that they wanted Odunze.
Yeah.
That's one that you had.
So now that's now a question of, I had heard the name Brian Thomas invoked for the Jets potentially. We had heard tackle was, I know at least one AFC team in their mock simulations had Odunze going to the Jets, and if Odunze was off the board, they had an offensive tackle there as the move. But there's been some speculation about whether they would go another skill player or whether they would go an offensive lineman. So them moving down, they'll still have their choice, assuming this is a quarterback here.
Terms of the trade. So the Jets get 11, 129, and 157.
Oh, this is quarterback.
For 10 and 203.
Yeah. So
that's not, I mean, good move for.
It's not nothing.
No, it's not nothing for the Jets to move back one spot. I think 129, that's a 4th round pick. So they get a 4 and a 5.
Yeah.
To move back one spot. They're going to get the same exact player.
Yep. That's nice job by Joe Douglas.
Yeah, for sure.
And the board breaking favorably for Penix to go 8, where now McCarthy, who everybody had considered potentially being a top 5 pick at quarterback.
Yeah. And an added benefit is that he puts McCarthy in the NFC, right? Like, so if he's an amazing player, he's not going to the Broncos or the Raiders.
Right. You didn't help Denver get him.
Right.
You sent him to Minnesota.
Right. Just like a weird extra bonus to getting that deal done. So this looks like a good
Joe Douglas.
Yeah.
So somewhere Chris Schubert is over the moon. They got a free 4th and 5th round pick for this.
Right. Are you kidding? Who wouldn't love that? Who wouldn't love that? Now, if this isn't JJ McCarthy,
watch it be bonus.
Brother, we just saw Michael Penix go to it's everything's on the table. Everything's on the table. Michael Penix went number 8 to the Atlanta Falcons. That's a real thing that happened. So, okay. I think I have the pick. I want to be sure of it though. Yeah, we've been through this world where
that was the second pick we ever did on a show together. Was it Solomon Thomas?
Solomon Thomas, but it wasn't.
It wasn't. It was Mitchell Trubisky.
Right. So it happens to you one time. Right? It happens to you one time. You don't let it happen again.
You'll never make that mistake again, right?
Right. Ever. So
all right.
We'll let this one.
Now.
Okay. I got the pick. I have the pick.
Okay. Let's do it.
All right. So with the number 10 pick in the 2024 NFL draft, the Minnesota Vikings select J.J. McCarthy, quarterback, Michigan.
Big collective sigh of relief from the entire state of Minnesota here. For them to get the pick at 23, be trying to go up and get a guy. They get stiff arm from their guy. So now you ask, okay, are we going to get shut out? If you told them another quarterback went between pick 3 and pick 9, they'd probably lose their mind, but it's not the guy that they had as their next option. I would venture to say Chicago, after picking a wide receiver, when you thought that was maybe a defensive spot, has the best supporting cast for any of these rookies so far. I would venture to say I like Minnesota's next, which I think is an important note for these 5 quarterbacks that we have gotten, because the situation matters for the player.
I like the scheme too. I like the scheme. I like the offensive line. I like JJ and Jordan Addison and TJ Hawkinson and Aaron Jones is their running back now. I still have to come to terms with that.
Upgrade over Dalvin Cook from the last 3 years.
I had to remind myself Josh Jacobs is the Packers running back as well.
Right.
That has not sunk into me yet. So yes, a great opportunity for Minnesota. I'm excited to see what they do with pick 23 because I think
corner.
Well, and I don't think we expected them to be able to have that pick.
Right. Everybody wrote it off, and everybody had the Chargers going Latham at 11 and a wide receiver at 23. You're probably going to get a chance at cornerback 3 in this class at 23.
Low key, well, you got to love how this played out for Minnesota, unless they really like Drake Maye. Who knows?
I'll tell you who won't tell us: Minnesota.
Right. Yeah. It was JJ all along when we got picked 23
JJ throughout the whole process.
We wanted to go up. Yeah, we can do the press conference right now.
That he was there and didn't have to give up the extra draft capital for a guy we have super high expectations for. I think he'll I would venture to guess he will outperform Drake Maye, at least this year, with their environments. So they'll have that feather in their cap.
So we have the top 10 is done. We have 5 quarterbacks.
You know what's
3 receivers and 2 tackles.
You know what it's a great time to be? A team picking in the 20s that doesn't need a quarterback.
Right.
Half the top 10 is just inconsequential picks.
Right.
And now you get the Broncos and Raiders lingering. Do either one of them take Bo Nix? Keep this thing rolling?
I do think that will happen.
Same.
5 quarterbacks, 3 receivers, and 2 tackles. What a distribution, right? No defensive players and very clear what the NFL wants. What do you think the record
is? What do you think the record is for most consecutive picks to start a draft with no defensive players? I'm sure one of the TV, this is the luxury of having the big networks with the production crews. They could I could say that and they'd look it up in 30 seconds. But this, in our lifetime, it feels like, or at least in the timeline that you and I have been doing this in this space, as lopsided as it's got, which makes sense. Because I think you looked at safety, it's an inconsequential group other than Cooper DeJean, who might be a corner. You have Quinyon Mitchell as kind of a standalone corner. The linebacker class is not good. I think Byron Murphy's my top defensive player in the class. So I don't know that I'm super. It's already broke the record. According to Michael
we've never had a draft where there's no defensive players in the top 10. So yes, the record is broken.
There you go.
So now we're just resetting.
Michael's on the production team now. This is outstanding.
Big shot. Michael Dolan floating around producing this thing. Shout out to you.
Oh, knife in the heart of Chris.
I love Chris, man. We're still friends with Chris. Like I talked to him on the phone, like literally this past week.
I talked to him today.
So there you go. Like Chris Schubert, alive, well, love him.
Chris.
Yeah. Full draft dude, right? No draft dude and a half. He's a real one.
I'm super anxious about this pick.
For the Jets at 11? Because is it for your mock draft? That's got to be why.
No, because I had him getting Odunze. I want as many tackles to not go as possible.
Okay, so this is a Dolphins related thing?
Yes. Specifically one in particular tackle that I would love for the Dolphins to get.
Okay. Well, they can move up.
They could move up, but they don't have a 3.
Yeah, it's tough, right?
I think the best they could hope for is packaging 21 and 55 into the mid-teens and get that pick and then a 3 or a 4 back, which I don't know.
From the Bills side of things, I'm interested into the point where the enough picks happen where I don't have to worry about being trading away the 2025 first round pick, right? That's what I'm thinking about. Okay, so the Jets are on the clock, and evidently what the broadcast is still talking about the Vikings. Okay, well that just happened.
Of course they are. We exhausted quite a bit talking about the Vikings, so I don't know how surprised I am there. Right.
Okay, I still have to remind myself that the Vikings didn't trade into the top 5. They traded to 10, one spot. So that's still
one spot.
Right. That's still interesting. I think we're thinking offensive line here for the Jets.
Probably. I've seen a lot of Taliese Fuaga from, I think Connor Rogers had Taliese Fuaga if they went offensive line, which was not the offensive lineman that I had heard. But my intel also was not from the Jet side of things. So I would almost defer to a guy like Connor, who does an outstanding job with all of his work with NBC and what is it? Badlands is the Jets product that he's a part of. Do you think any chance Bowers? I know this was like a popular pick, but it felt like it kind of fell off in the last 48 hours.
Yeah, I would think that's in play. I'd be surprised if it was a receiver. What did Sauce Gardner come out and say? DB or
he actually gave a list of names. He's like, if it's one of these guys, I'm going to announce the pick, and if it's not,
we need to see that list because they didn't trade again. We know that the pick is in. I have the pick. I have the Jets pick. With the 11th pick in the 2024 NFL draft, the New York Jets select Olu Fashanu, the offensive tackle out of Penn State. Kyle, we are very interested in Tyron Smith at left tackle. Not a long-term answer, and the injury concerns are very, very real. I think this is a good move for the Jets, who just lost Aaron Rodgers 4 plays into the season, getting sacked by Leonard Floyd. You're making sure that you have your protection shored up. The best thing about Olu Fashanu is the pass pro ability.
Protection. Yep.
And I think he's a very clean projection here. Now, what's interesting though is if you're going to live in this world where Morgan Moses and Tyron Smith are your starting tackles, I don't see Fashanu as a guard option. So like that's an interesting proposition. But Fashanu might be able to beat out Morgan Moses. Worst case scenario, you have depth on the offensive line. That's not a bad thing if you're the Jets.
Yeah. I don't know how much positional flexibility you have for your tackles.
Right.
But what was the stat I saw? And I wish I knew who to attribute this to. 37% of rookies in the last 3 years have played 37% of first round rookies have played 300 or more snaps in their rookie season. It's almost a 50-50 proposition. And the Jets, this is no big deal, right? Like, look what they did with last year's first round pick. I think the expectation is, and the insurance policy is worth it for the ramifications of what happened last year and all of the instability with the offensive line that they had. But this is a team that incurred a loss of a quarterback as a result. And if they played it, they took a player in the first 15 picks last year who didn't play at all.
So that would be an interesting layer to this if they don't get production once again. And you're not thinking long term, right? With your kind of current nucleus, right? You want to win right now. So I just don't. I don't see him playing guard. I just don't.
Right. I think that it's a little different than some of the other early tackles that you've seen who kicked inside there. I think that's a different world to live in, and for the shortcomings or the areas of growth, I should say, for Olu Fashanu, I don't think playing him inside helps with any of those.
So we get 11 picks in a row, all on offense, and that gets us to pick 12, where the Denver Broncos are on the clock. And I think this is either Bo Nix or potentially the first defensive players.
Or trade.
And Denver needs capital, right?
Yep. They do not have a 2. If I remember correctly.
Denver, give me just 1 second. I can pull up their draft. They don't have a 2. Yeah. So they go 12, 76, 121, 136, 145, and so on.
Yeah.
So a big 12 to 76 is the pick gap currently.
The only question, I'll let you clear your throat there, get yourself all sorted out. I think the question for Denver is, how much do you like Bo Nix? If you like him at all, you can't risk the Raiders taking him. If you do, if you don't like Bo Nix, or maybe, and I kind of got the sense that they might be a Spencer Rattler team. Just kind of reading the tea leaves a little bit. So I wouldn't be shocked if they didn't go Bo Nix, but if that's the case, I would think they would have to move out.
Don't you feel like Denver's been in this cycle of like Drew Lock, Paxton Lynch, like sort of picking quarterbacks, but not?
Well, to be fair, they traded up for Paxton Lynch, and that was a first-round pick. So, like, I can't. Drew Lock was at least you waited and got him in the second round. You didn't reach on him.
Then you go all in for Russ, and he's cut after 2 seasons. Like how many like their quarterback attempts have? I mean, they of course signed Peyton Manning in free agency. Obviously, that worked out. But since then, it's been really it hasn't worked.
What's crazy is how consistent, like how many losing seasons did Denver have in that stretch before?
They never had back-to-back. They never had back-to-back until recently.
They have just been a black hole since. It's crazy. The curse, Nick, the curse of Tebow.
Right. Hey, won a playoff game. Never forget. Yeah, that's another weird investment that they made at quarterback. Right?
Yeah.
That's
looking at the board, here's a team we heard. Was it Daniel Jeremiah and somebody else did Philly moving up to this spot in their mocks?
Yeah, because they want the corner, right?
Well, Eagles fans took exception to trading up for corners. How we never do that?
We don't. Speculation's over. We have the pick.
Okay.
With the number 12 pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Denver Broncos select Bo Nix, quarterback, Oregon. We did an episode a few weeks ago where we got to Bo Nix and we had a deep dive scouting discussion. And prior to that conversation, you and I kind of questioned this idea of Bo Nix to Denver. And we were like, is this really going to happen? And then we did the tape study on Bo Nix, or at least I did. And I came away thinking, you know what? I kind of think this makes sense. I really like Bo Nix. I don't think that he's got through the moon tools, but I thought his ability to operate in structure, but then the second reaction plays were really exciting to me. His ability to throw on the move. He's got some toughness and some mobility about him. I'm not sure there's a crazy high ceiling here, but for a coach like Sean Payton, I think there's a really good marriage and opportunity for Bo Nix to come in and stabilize that position after everything we just talked about.
Yeah. If you would have told, I said this to Brentley Weissman this morning or this morning, days all run together at this point. I told Brentley, who is a good friend of ours, big Oregon Ducks fan, Oregon Ducks alumni, used to work for the program, used to work with us at TDN. I said, if you told 2019 me that I would actively like Bo Nix, I never would have believed you. Mm-hmm. It's just, he kind of came in, And he got the starting job at Auburn in part because there was some family lineage there, and he pushed Malik Willis out, if I remember correctly, out of the starting job there. And it was a disaster from the start. But we've said this on the show when we did the deep dive. I realized Bo kind of had a thing about November of last year, not this past November, but the November before he chose to come back. And were you with us in Mobile when we were doing some meetings for the Senior Bowl and Jim Nagy was talking with Bo on the phone? Do you remember that?
Yes.
Were you there for that?
Yes.
And they had a conversation. I won't give away too much of that conversation, but Bo shared some of his goals with Jim. And I would spoil this part. Bo fulfilled a goal with his play this year and getting drafted in this spot. And I think this is one of the coolest reclamations of a college player that I can remember. I guess between him and Michael Penix, there's a couple of them.
Mm-hmm.
For the journeys that they were each respectively on, I think it's really, really cool. And I do think Bo has an inside of structure element that Sean Payton's going to love because it's the polar opposite of what Russell Wilson did all year last year.
So we have Bo Nix and Justin Herbert in the same division. So the Oregon fans that have gravitated towards Herbert, what are you going to do? It's going to be an interesting dynamic there as you now have those guys going toe-to-toe against each other. And now the Raiders very much not looking like they're going to get a quarterback here.
Well, no, they're done, right? Like 6 in the top 12. You're done.
6 in the top 12, Kyle Krabs. But, I mean, do we start thinking about Spencer Rattler?
No.
I don't think so, but
they have no reason to rush it at this point.
No,
everybody else
Minshew, Pro Bowl quarterback.
Giants.
Pro Bowl quarterback Gardner Minshew, cannot forget, right?
Stop. Who do you like for the Raiders here?
There's some offensive line options. Troy Fautanu, Taliese Fuaga. They wanted to go corner. There's certainly their choice there.
Man, I would love for them to get Quinyon Mitchell.
Yeah,
I think that if you told me the Raiders were going to pick a player here, I'd like Quinyon Mitchell the most for them.
Jack Jones, Nate Hobbs, Jacorian Bennett, your starting corners right now. You have your choice there.
Oh, but you know what? Telesco's here, huh?
Telesco's here.
You don't draft small school kids.
So
this is Terrion Arnold. If he goes corner, he's going to go Terrion Arnold.
I think this is going to be a tackle. I think this is going to be
nailed it.
What's that?
Suwan.
Yeah. It's a good. I would agree. If they go corner, it would be Terrion Arnold
because of Telesco's tendencies, not because of the players themselves and how we view them as a player.
But we have. I mean, you talked about the aggressive tackle run, and there's Fautanu's there, Fuaga's there, and right now they're looking at Thayer Munford as their right tackle. I mean,
Amarius Mims.
You want to talk? I mean,
I could totally see them swinging on that potential.
Right. With how you feel like they want to run the ball with what they showed last year with Antonio Pierce, Luke Getsy, now the OC.
Kind of go tone setter up front. And I know Fuaga and Fautanu are both tone centers at tackle too. But you have Colt Miller at left tackle. So I think you get an automatic bump for Mims and Fuaga because they're natural right tackles. I think Mims is the one who, if you go off the ceiling and the tools, Mims oozes historical Raiders and a blue blood program at Georgia that's a little different than Pac-12 teams that I think Telesco would like too.
So Zach Wilson, probably not the starting quarterback of the Denver Broncos.
No.
Kind of forgot that was a thing that happened this past week. So it's their quarterback room now is Zach Wilson, Bo Nix, and Jarrett Stidham. That's interesting.
What a time to be alive. You know who else has a crazy quarterback room? The Atlanta Falcons have Kirk Cousins and Michael Penix.
Kyle. And we've been through some moments in the draft, man. We've seen Cole Strange. We've done Rashad Penny in the first round. I mean,
Rashad Penny.
But that's the thing that happened.
Yeah.
This
is talented.
It's an all-timer, man.
It just couldn't happen.
It's an all-timer.
I'm glad I'm doing timestamps this year so it's been immortalized.
I would like to see what my face looked like when I first saw that.
You look like you saw a ghost. You said, "Oh wow, we have the pick." And I'm sitting here, I'm like, "Who could this possibly be? That's this."
Well, that's the thing about me is I don't hide anything. Like,
no, you have a terrible poker face.
No, I do have a pick for you, the Raiders. So our only trade so far has been one spot, 11-10, right?
Yes.
If I'm remembering correctly. All right. With the 13th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select Brock Bowers, tight end, Georgia.
This is interesting. Hold on, I'm processing. We just drafted Michael Mayer last year.
We did.
And now we're drafting Brock Bowers. Good for not letting Michael Mayer prevent you from drafting Brock Bowers. I think it could be a really exciting 12 personnel team with this 1-2 punch of young tight ends. I think that softens the blow of your quarterback situation. I think that helps you lean into running the ball. I think the Raiders probably saw what a divisional opponent did with multi-tight end sets and say, hey, that might be a good idea for us considering we want to pound the heck out of the ball and run the ball at people. Interesting pick. I don't dislike the pick. I think it's appropriate value for the talent of the player. Positional value is a debate, but I do think he's more of a hybrid offensive weapon than just a player. And I'm glad that there's somebody else that they can play in line that's not Brock Bowers, because I think that's the ticket to maximizing him as a player.
How about the economics of tight ends, right? Like you're seeing $30-something million a year wide receivers. The highest paid tight ends aren't even getting 20. And so I wonder if there's an economic conversation to be had about, okay, we're going to feature these tight ends, but we're seeing teams invest in multiple tight ends. We just saw the Packers draft Luke Musgrave and Tucker Kraft.
Yeah, it's a good call out.
Right? Like Isaiah Likely, Mark Andrews, Noah Gray, Travis Kelce, Dawson Knox, Dalton Kincaid. Like this is a thing in the NFL. 12 personnel, even what you're Laporta, Hawkinson, like McBride, there's a new situation happening here where these tight ends are coming into play.
Total value of this contract is 4 years, $18.13 million.
Which would have been the same price for any player picked in that spot.
Correct. But I'm saying, your point to pass catchers and volume pass catchers and wide receivers versus tight ends. A player like Brock, who is more of a pass catcher offensive weapon type, but a super versatile player, you're getting him for 4 years for the value of 1 year of a wide receiver on the veteran market.
Right. And then if he becomes the best tight end in the league, you know what I mean? Like that contract's going to be $25 million less than the best wide receiver in the league.
Right. And then
or 15. I'm not a math guy, but 15 probably.
The fifth year option because of the tight end spending ceiling sitting at 15, which is 50% of wide receivers. I don't know. I still think 12 personnel is a really good ticket to run with as far as maximizing your formational flexibility, but you have to have the right kind of guys to do it. And I think between Mayer and Bowers, I think this is a good way to get there for the Raiders.
Those are good complementary players, right?
Mm-hmm. Very good complementary players.
One, you feel really good about playing in line, and then I want to move Bowers around like a lot. So, and thinking back to like Luke Getsy in Chicago, they kind of just kept on trying to get tight ends too, right? Like you feel like this is a vision. This is something Getsy certainly wants.
Right. Joe, let's get into our competitive side here.
Is it that or LinkedIn? I don't remember.
It is LinkedIn.
All right. So
correct me if I'm wrong. No, wait. It's Monopoly.
I've been told that I'm a competitive person. You think that's true? Well, it is. We're all a little bit competitive, and my competitive side is a big fan of Monopoly Go. I'm sure you've heard of it. It's been downloaded over 150 million times, and it's a great twist on Monopoly where you play on not one, but hundreds of Monopoly boards in crazy locations building up amazing cities that bring you big money. But the best part is messing with my friends. I can charge them rent on my iconic properties, just like classic Monopoly, but now I can also rob their vaults of riches for myself, and the leaderboards show me who the biggest Monopoly tycoon is. But it's not just my competitive side that loves it. You can team up with friends and people all around the world in timed tournaments to earn huge rewards. So get in the game and join your friends. Download Monopoly Go now for free on the App Store or Google Play.
I think you were right. I think it was LinkedIn.
Well, I think our sponsors will be well served no matter what happens tonight.
That's right.
Next time is LinkedIn.
LinkedIn and Ross, a Ross cameo.
Yeah, Ross cameo.
So we just had Ross on standby, and that was a live read every time. That'd be kind of fun.
I think Ross has got other things going on right now. So
they're on the clock, right?
Yeah, the Saints are on the clock. 13 offensive players in a row. So we still hasn't happened.
Dude, this is insane.
And we have the Saints are on the clock at pick number 14. Maybe this is a trade. I don't know.
Which tackle is this? This has to be an offensive tackle.
You would
My
think,
mind would be blown.
You would think
if Trevor Penning and Ryan Ramczyk as a health question for the season and James Hurst retiring, if there was ever an offensive tackle spot, this is it. Give the pick.
Okay. No, I don't have a pick yet.
Scared the heck out of me.
No, I got you. Yeah, I think that's the conventional wisdom. And you know, we know that Mickey Loomis trench investments, clear need. I'd be pretty stunned if they picked a player that wasn't an offensive tackle. But we saw Michael Penix go number 8 overall to the Falcons after paying Kirk Cousins $100 million guaranteed. So if we've ever learned anything in the history of the NFL draft, it's to never say never. And
never assume, right?
Dude, yeah, it's every year we learn that lesson. So the New Orleans Saints, they have the Falcons, Panthers, Bucks. Who's going to separate from the pack? Is this pick going to be part of that equation? The chat's buzzing here. Big shout out to everybody in the chat. We've really enjoyed all the interaction to this point, and everyone being here, waiting for Joe and Kyle to make Not a Math Guy t-shirts.
Rappaport has the Saints listening to offers at 14.
Yeah. Yep.
Huddle Report check-in, Joe.
Oh, boy.
Would you believe there's people out there that have 8 matches?
Are you one of those people?
No, I have 4.
What do I have, 2?
You have 3.
Oh, okay. Not terrible. Yeah, big shout out to Paulie. You hit like, share the stream, all that stuff. So helpful. If you tag me on Twitter, I'll retweet you. And you share the YouTube link, I will retweet you. So, little incentive there.
So, who could be coming up here? I mean, this feels like what's weird is if New Orleans is coming out, I can't imagine they would want to fall back too far.
Correct.
So is this Jacksonville for a wide receiver? Is this the Colts playing defense?
It's none of those things.
Okay, great.
We have a pick.
You have the pick.
With the 14th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the New Orleans Saints select Taliese Fuaga, offensive tackle, Oregon State. We just talked about it. The need for the Saints at tackle was abundantly clear. Ryan Ramczyk, his status in jeopardy. Trevor Penning not coming along like you wished at left tackle. In Taliese Fuaga, you get a big-time physical road grader that has all the tools in the world to continue his ascension in pass protection. Obviously, I think the Saints have a pretty great track record of developing offensive line.
Yeah.
We know that this is a team that wants to be balanced on offense, especially running the football. Taliese Fuaga certainly helps there, but this certainly isn't a good sign for both the availability of Ramczyk and maybe where the Saints think Penning's trending.
I think Penning's, if he's going to get play, it's probably going to be inside at this point, right? Try and kick him to guard. A lot of the pass protection issues are just really bad. You give him more bumpers with somebody inside of him, where Fuaga, I think he's got enough movement skills and mass and length to still play on the edge. I think that gives you some flexibility. I don't know how much you rely on Ramczyk. I think Ramczyk would have the ability to move around and play left tackle if he was available. But I think this is, at the very least, you feel good about how this matches with Ruiz and McCoy. And if Penning's inside, like all those dudes are butt kickers up front.
Mm-hmm.
And they get movement in the run game. Like they're capable of vertical push in the run game. And that's the thing for Fuaga that I think stands out the most.
And not that this influences the selection at all, but like to add insult to injury, James Hurst retired. Saints, like literally this week, who's been a really important reserve player for them throughout the years. And so this was a much needed addition to their offensive line. As we now go 14 picks in a row on the offensive side of the football. Never once have we not have a top 10 defensive player. We're 14 picks into this thing.
We ain't done yet. Because the Colts, right?
It's the Colts at 15. Yeah.
If they stay, they're picking a I would assume a wide receiver.
It feels like they're all in on weapons for Anthony Richardson.
I maybe take it back. It might be Quinyon Mitchell too. So this could be Brian Thomas. This could be Xavier Worthy. This could be Quinyon Mitchell. I think are the three names that would be on my short list for the Colts.
I think you have a good list. I think you can make the case for the corner, right? Like they literally have their choice of defensive player if they wanted to do it. But with Anthony Richardson, I feel like you want to give him every chance. And that certainly feels like the messaging we've gotten out of Indianapolis. So we'll see if they do that or not. I think we've kind of, maybe it hasn't been the exact player, but the direction of the picks outside of Atlanta, I think we've kind of had a good feel for that. So we'll see.
Schefter, the most record of most offensive players to open a draft was 7 in 2021. We doubled it. My source tells me it's over. I'll see what you come up with. My source tells me the run is over.
Okay, so do you have a pick?
I cannot confirm my pick.
Okay, all right.
But I have a pick from a source that was a valuable part of the resource for my draft prep, and obviously my mock draft is not performing at the highest of standards, so don't get too excited about it. But
do you have the Colts pick? Is it the Colts picking a player?
It's the Colts pick, yes.
Okay, all right. So it's not like we had a team trade in. So according to Kyle Krabs, hashtag sources.
Hashtag NFL Insider.
We stay in our lanes, folks. Stay in our lanes.
Yeah, I did that show for Locked On Dolphins. I hated it. I'm like, hey, man, there's a lot of the stuff like I'm hearing. Yeah. It's like, so much of it is it's just impossible to know what's going to hit and what's not. Right. And it's like, I hate being that kind of gossipy resource. I'd rather, I like to, we like to explore the why. Exactly. Right. Yeah. So it's always a weird time of year because this is where we've had so much of our sweat equity's been put into this space. So when it comes around, like we do have more connections and resources here to have that kind of information or to know what those conversations sound like. So it's always an interesting dynamic.
Okay. So thinking about the Colts and them sticking and picking, they have their choice of defensive player. I think corner makes a ton of sense, right? You're looking at Dallas Flowers and Juju Brents as your current starters.
Yeah. But they have a lot of youth there too.
They do.
So it's how do they weigh that out?
I mean, they have all of the edge rushers are there, and right now your starting edge rushers are Kwity Paye and Samson Eguavoen. So like, totally think that that's a spot. Like, they're all there. If there's any of those that you like, you can pick one. I think they'd all be worthy of the selection. I feel like this has been the pick that's taken the longest to get.
What would surprise you for the Colts to do?
What would surprise me?
Yeah.
Is if they picked, a non-defensive player or receiver.
I'm in a weird spot because I haven't known the pick first ever. And now this.
You're the only person in America that has the pick.
Oh, that's not true because I got it from somebody.
Right. So you and that person. So we're getting closer to fins up time, or I didn't mean to say. Are we allowed to say that still? Can we still say fins up?
If you think for 1 second, because the Margaritaville resort is trademarked fins up, I'm not going to still use fins up. I got bad news for you.
Yeah, that's nuts,
it's
man.
Fins up. And then the abysmal pivot to go fins. Like you couldn't have done fins for the win. Like fins FTW is the hashtag.
Okay.
Instead. Jim Irsay did not text me, Colin.
Yeah, maybe our next impersonation. Probably not. Probably not a good one.
Jim will not be making an appearance on the live stream.
Yeah,
I can confirm that.
He's made a few appearances though in my.
But yeah, I think you mentioned Maye. I know your Bills listeners have referenced your horizontal board several times. I'm sitting here looking at mine, realizing that I have Byron Murphy still available. You have the pick?
We have the pick. So here's the big moment. We're going to find out if this is a line. With the 15th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Indianapolis Colts select Laiatu Latu, edge
UCLA.
rusher, University of California at Los Angeles Bruins.
First defensive
player. Also, my number one edge defender in this class. The only question with Latu has been the injury, right? He was medically retired at Washington, sits out a year. He goes to UCLA. He was never injured at UCLA, so 2 healthy seasons, but they had the neck thing, right? Which is always very concerning when you medically retire for a neck problem. From a talent perspective, I think he's worth a higher pick than this. I think this guy is like a technician. He moves on top of moves. Like that's what he has. Like so many different ways that he can beat blocks, unrelenting motor. Maybe you wish he had a little bit more length. Maybe you wish he was a little better against the run, but my goodness, I think this guy has the makings of a sack artist. And certainly the Colts can use that.
Can you confirm or deny?
I thought we were friends. All right.
All right. So let that simmer. I'll affirm.
It was an administrative error. Yes.
I need to give Latu his time on the sun.
Yes.
Outstanding pass rush menu. Just the versatility of ways that he can beat you. And I think when you think about what the Colts type has been on the edge, and then they signed Ebukam last year, and like I was really excited about, that was my bold take for the Colts last year when we did the 32 bold takes, right? Was Ebukam's going to lead the Colts in sacks. And he had 9 sacks last year. They liked and have liked the heavy-handed, long arms, play head up over top of the tackle, base end type player they went after for years. And then they get Ebukam as the athletic change of pace to that, and to now kind of build on that. And depending on what your opposing personnel is on any given week, you can play the heavy guys. You can play your speed rushers off the edge. You can play them in tandem and kick the heavy-handed guys inside. I like what this does for that defensive line. I like it a lot.
I'm a huge fan of the pick. I love Latu. I love him. So you get an impact player at an impact position. There's no downside here.
It's hard to be mad about it.
Oh gosh. Yeah. Why would anybody? I mean, if you were just sold on the idea of getting a receiver, I mean, you just paid Pittman. You do have Josh Downs. You do have Alec Pierce. I know that's a sore subject, but like the strength of this draft class is the wide receivers. The talent cliff is at edge. You know what I mean? Like,
and I like the second and third tiers of corners too.
Oh yes,
if you wanted to draft corner in this class as well,
especially in Gus Bradley's scheme, where I think there's, like you don't have to have the premium guys there. Play zone defense.
The physical profiles really move the needle there. Yeah, at that spot. So we now have the
Seattle
Seahawks, and I think this is an interesting spot. I think this is maybe a Cody Barton spot. This is maybe
you did it again. You said Cody Barton. Who are you talking about?
Cody Barton is the linebacker that used to play for the Seahawks.
It's Graham Barton, right?
Graham Barton.
Okay.
This is maybe a Graham Barton spot, and that's why I keep messing it up, because I always talk about Barton in lieu of or in tandem with the Seahawks. He's an existing player that was for the Seahawks. So I think this is maybe a Graham Barton spot if they covet, that might be a Troy Fautanu spot. Obviously, there's a connection with Ben Grubb, the offensive coordinator, who's now with Seattle. But that entire interior got gutted this offseason. I'll be really interested if they go offensive line. They're a team that I had heard a lot of Seahawks fans were interested in potentially moving out of this pick. The craziness of trades never happened. That was a bold prediction that we had that did not come true in any way, shape, or form. But I think this is a really fascinating spot for Seattle, just based off of there's a couple of offensive linemen that would make some sense for you. How does that weigh out versus the Seahawks' perception of their fans' perception of them being a team that moves out?
Well, and remember, this is Seattle, who have historically gone against the grain. John Schneider's still there. I know that their drafts have felt a little more normal the last couple of years, but never put it past John Schneider to throw a curveball at us. He's done it plenty of times. LJ Collier and Rashad Penny. I mean, these things have happened. Who's that guard from Alabama they drafted one year? I actually wasn't a bad player, but Carpenter, like they're the team that goes against the grain probably more than any in my lifetime of following the draft. I mean, I think Troy Fautanu would be an absolute slam dunk pick for them. Obviously, they redid, like, their interior offensive line got completely gutted in free agency.
Yep.
So it would make a lot of sense for me to see them retool this, especially with what you have in the backfield in the form of Ken Walker and Zach Charbonnet. Like, you want to be able to run the ball. You need to have your interior offensive line solidified. I know you got these three receivers that are really a dynamic trio, but I'd want to get that interior offensive line figured out. And I think you got some young players on defense. You obviously remade your linebacker core with Jerome Baker and Tyrell Dotson. You signed Rashawn Jenkins at safety. You have young corners. You brought back Leonard Williams. You've invested in Draymond Jones. You have young edge rushers and Boye Mafe and Uchenna Nwosu's coming back this year, which is exciting. Darrell Taylor's not bad.
Huge get back for them is Nwosu. Yeah. He's a really nice player. He had the big glow up in 2022. And I thought their front really lost a lot of its punch. And if you told me that Seattle went out and went defense, kind of like Byron Murphy,
I would not hate that. I think he's your number one defensive prospect, right?
He's my number one defensive player in this year's class. Yeah. But they just all their late season games that I watched for them, they just got their teeth kicked in up front.
He's my number one defensive prospect as well, Byron Murphy. Then I have Quinyon Mitchell. I didn't even realize that.
Let's see. I had Murphy, Mitchell versus my top three defensive prospects.
Okay, and I had Murphy Mitchell, Cooper DeJean.
Really? Over Latu?
Yeah, I like me some Cooper DeJean, my guy. Maybe we'll talk about him at pick 28.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He's a top 6 defensive player for me. We'll see.
All right. Pick? No, not yet. Seattle is up. I can sneak in our next little break here.
Yeah, let's do that.
Which one is it?
You're funny. It's LinkedIn.
All right. When you are looking to hire for your small business, you want to find as many quality professionals that are right for the role. That's why you have to check out LinkedIn Jobs. LinkedIn Jobs has the tools to help you find the right professionals for your team faster and for free. LinkedIn isn't just another job board. LinkedIn helps you hire professionals that you can't find anywhere else, even those who aren't actively searching for a new job but might be open to the perfect role. In a given month, over 70% of LinkedIn users don't even check out other leading job sites. So if you're not looking on LinkedIn, you're looking in the wrong place. LinkedIn knows that small businesses are wearing so many hats right now and might not have the time or resources to hire. Well, LinkedIn is always looking to find ways to make that process easier for you. In fact, they just launched a feature that helps you write job descriptions. So post your job for free at linkedin.com/LockedOnNFL. That's linkedin.com/LockedOnNFL to post your job for free. Terms and conditions apply.
This episode of your favorite Locked On podcast is brought to you by the best meal kit service in the game, Home Chef. No more having to answer the dreaded question, what are we going to do for dinner tonight? Thanks to Home Chef and their chef design recipes that are delivered directly to my door, all pre-packaged, pre-portioned. They even peel the garlic cloves for you. And each recipe, one of my favorites, black and mahi, comes with a full page of easy to read instructions that include customization options and pictures to guide you along the way through the step-by-step process so you don't have to ask, is that what chard looks like? I cannot recommend Home Chef enough, especially right now, because for a limited time, Home Chef is giving Locked On listeners 18 free meals, free dessert for life, and of course, free shipping on your first box if you head to homechef.com/lockedon today. That's homechef.com/lockedon for 18 free meals and free dessert for life. Yes, you heard that right. Homechef.com/lockedon. Must be an active subscriber to receive free dessert.
Ross Jackson, unbelievable job. So consistent. Yeah, the pick is in. With the 16th pick of the 2024 NFL Draft, the Seattle Seahawks select Byron Murphy, defensive tackle, Texas.
I called it. They needed teeth up front in a big way. Listen, you play in the NFC West against what this LA Rams offensive line looks like with the guys that they brought back and presumably moving Steve Avila to center to go with some of their more physical guys. You play in the NFC West against the San Francisco 49ers with how they are capable of running the football. You can't be bad in the trenches up front. And Byron Murphy's an unbelievable run defender with how he anchors at the line of scrimmage and simultaneously how he gets penetration and can create havoc. And I think that with a build that's 6'1", with a lot of natural leverage that's baked into it, gives you a very, very exciting player to kind of be the anchor of your defensive interior.
I think that's a great call out, talking about how he helps them in their division. And I think, Seattle's been a team up front defensively that I think have had some challenges with defending the run. And I think this helps in a big way. And certainly with your new linebacker tandem of Dotson and Baker, you want to give them every chance to be successful and fly around and work downhill. And I think pairing him with a Leonard Williams, and of course, they have a big investment in Draymond Jones, mentioned some of their young talent off the edge in Boye Mafe and Darrell Taylor, and of course, getting back in Chenna and Wosu. I feel like this front seven is as strong as I've seen it in a while.
Yeah,
for Seattle, and they still have some depth there in a guy like Jonathan Hankins, who they were able to bring in, who gives them even more beef in the middle of that defense. So I think this is coming together for them on defense. I think they got to get their interior offensive line fixed with some of their next moves. But I mean, this is the best player on the board for sure at a position of need. I think this is a good pick for Seattle.
I like this pick a lot. And now you're through the first half of the first round. And we have Jacksonville, Cincinnati, LA Rams, Pittsburgh Steelers up next. Jacksonville's, I think, a fascinating team. I think this would be an outstanding spot for Quinyon Mitchell.
Huge.
I think the value proposition to go opposite of Tyson Campbell at corner would be outstanding. This is also a spot where you have heard potentially Brian Thomas as a wide receiver spot. And we talked earlier about them potentially coming up and being really interested in adding another wide receiver. Nabers was apparently the receiver that they liked. Would they go Brian Thomas? If they want a Nabers type player, would they pivot to Xavier Worthy, who's kind of gotten red hot in the last 48 hours? They're a really interesting team. But I think if they're going to do what a lot of the other teams that aren't drafting quarterbacks have done throughout this most recent stretch of picks, you're taking best players available at this point, right? I think the Colts had a legitimate argument that Latu was the best player available when they picked. I think the Seahawks had a legitimate argument that Byron Murphy was the best player available when they picked. I think the Raiders with Brock Bowers had a legitimate argument that was the best player available when they picked. I think this most recent stretch has been, hey, you're getting really good value with your picks. And if Jacksonville is going to continue that, my assumption would be that their board would have Quinyon Mitchell be that player.
I'd like it a lot. I'm interested if they are really wanting to add to the receiver core and they don't pick Brian Thomas or Xavier Worthy, then I think it's going to tell us a lot, right? Because there feels like there's been a lot of momentum. I heard from people that they wanted to move up for Nabers. They wanted to get Calvin Ridley back. And so here's a chance to add to this receiver core as we now have a trade. So the Vikings have traded up. The Vikings have moved from 23 to 17. Okay, and they give up a 2025 3 and a 2025 4. This is fascinating. So they move up to 17 for 23, 167, a 2025 3, and a 2025 4.
Quessy, drive it like you stole it, brother. Holy cow.
Yeah.
Quessy's hanging his hat right now on outstanding value for trades. You traded a 5 this year and a 3 and 4 next year to go up 6 spots. And then you traded a 4 and a 5 this year to go up in a quarterback trade.
I don't know if I love this trade as much as you.
I like it a lot.
So they give up a 5 this year and a 3 and a 4 next year, presumably for a corner. And I don't find a lot of difference between Mitchell, Arnold. I like Kool-Aid. Like
I do.
Really?
I think Quinyon's comfortably the best.
Okay, so I don't like him enough to trade away 4 other players for that. Like that's where
players that are like not top 100 picks.
I know, but you and does it? They didn't pick a corner, so there's that.
Who'd they pick?
With the 17th pick in the 2024 NFL draft, the Minnesota Vikings trade up for Dallas Turner, edge rusher, Alabama.
Man, I think I like it just as much. So what's interesting about this is you have this defensive front in Minnesota that is as much of an amoeba front as we've seen in the league. A lot of complexities. Brian Flores running a lot of exotics. I think that if you told me that Dallas Turner was going to go to a defensive scheme that could get the most run from him right away, the length is outstanding. The power is outstanding. I think he's got a really good long arm and speed to power conversion. But I just think rounding out both elements of run defense, he has the highest ceiling of any edge rusher in the class. But I think he had the most to go as far as I think Verse was a better run defender, and I think Latu was a better pass rusher. Going into a scheme like Flores's, coming out of playing for Nick Saban, I think he's very well groomed to play in a front that is very strategic with their rushes to manufacture free runners. And if he's going to be on a guy on the edge based off of how you're occupying interior blockers with how you walk players up in the line of scrimmage, I think that unlocks a lot of early potential and production for him that he might not have had in a different scheme.
Jonathan Grenard, Andrew Van Ginkel, Dallas Turner. That is a lot of juice that you can throw at the pocket with exotic blitz schemes. I do like that component of it. I really do. I think that they have done well. They've redone this edge room, right? Like DJ Wanham walks, Danielle Hunter's gone. And I think they've done a good job of retooling that. And I can respect that they've prioritized that over the coverage because I'm a pass rush over coverage guy.
Right.
I'm interested to see how they do evolve their cornerback room. But I think if you are the Vikings, I think you take a lot of comfort in knowing that if Atlanta picked Dallas Turner at 8, nobody would have blinked. And now you get him at 17. So I think
your second pick behind
your second pick. So right now, Vikings are looking at J.J. McCarthy and Dallas Turner, and they didn't they didn't have to pick both of those players in the top 10.
Yeah.
That feels pretty good. Now, Minnesota's missing some picks next year. They don't have a 2, 3, or a 4.
It's okay.
So that's going to be interesting, but they're getting their guys right now. And so
they will have a very strong nucleus with a quarterback on a rookie contract. I think there's a lot you can do with that.
Right. you forget about that layer. They have a quarterback on a rookie contract. Like we have to like relearn these dynamics of every team, right? Mm-hmm. And that's
somebody shouted that out in the comments. They were like, I can't wait for you guys to do the roster previews.
Oh, brother, I can't wait either. We're getting there.
Which soon. Is one of our favorite projects that we do every summer too, is looking at these teams in depth. But yeah, I think that's the best part about doing this and sitting down and going through this with everybody who's listening and our platform is everybody kind of gets primed for those conversations together. And we're almost through the first 20 picks of the first round of the 2024 NFL draft, which is surreal to think about.
And we have the 18th pick, Kyle Krabs, yeah, Cincinnati Bengals. Cincinnati Bengals have made a selection. With the 18th pick in the 2024 NFL draft, the Cincinnati Bengals select Amarius Mims.
Wow.
Offensive tackle, Georgia. I love Amarius Mims. I love him. I think this is a special, rare dude. I mean, power, movement skills, length for days, and for a guy that started 8 games.
8.
Pretty technically refined. It's just about health, right? If this guy's available, I think he has the potential to be an absolute superstar at tackle. And he enters the situation, right? They signed Trent Brown and Orlando Brown, right? That's their tackles. So they love their massive tackles for sure.
Mm-hmm.
The ceiling here is absolutely through the roof.
I thought you were going to keep going. Sorry. Yeah, I think you make a great point about like the style of tackle and what they tried to get with Lyle Collins, and that obviously didn't work out. So, what game tape was it that you told me? So anybody
Tennessee.
who's like a Bengals fan or
Tennessee.
not super familiar with Amarius Mims, if you have time, go watch the Tennessee game and watch how his hands, and he's got 36-inch arms, right? Like just crazy length with crazy power, but he's a quick twitch athlete too.
He's insane.
And he's just scratching the surface of what he can be. So I like this for Cincinnati for the sake of, if Joe's going to play in timing, just the length and athleticism alone is going to force guys to run a long loop around him. And that should buy Joe Burrow in structure time. And then there's the run game element for a team that has not been able to run the ball at all, right? And you get that violence and explosiveness off the line of scrimmage for Cincinnati. I think there's multiple ways in which he can be an immediate upgrade for them.
I'm curious if there's a path to get Brown, and Mims on the field together. And maybe you do need to be like, hit pause, Joe. I know you think he's rare, but he started 8 games in college. And so you might want to give him a chance to kind of develop and having those two guys kind of take the heat off. But I'd be thinking about how I can get these guys all going, because I do think that that's a good call out with the physical nature and being able to run the football. And it's just not been there for Cincinnati. Well, I mean, this guy's a wrecking crew. He's, I mean, I know power is somewhat mitigated in the NFL, but this guy just literally just was overwhelming. Like it's not like the who is the Oklahoma State tackle that I love, Tevin Jenkins. Yeah, this is different. This is different, man.
Yeah, because Tevin Jenkins didn't have length like this. He didn't have tackle length. And Tevin Jenkins played at Oklahoma State where they RPO'd everything to death. Right. So he didn't pass set. He didn't have to take pass sets. And yeah, Georgia's a run-heavy offense, but they still threw the ball and they had drop-back passing.
Right.
This was not, we're going to run inside zone to death and you never have to take a vertical set and figure out how to block somebody on the edge. Rams on the clock.
Well, this is going to be interesting. The first ever first-round pick in Sean McVay's tenure, if they make a selection.
I am physically ill.
Why?
Because my number one player for Miami is still on board.
Oh yeah, so you're in that range, right? So you're thinking Fautanu, is that who it is?
Fautanu would be
You feel like Fautanu or Verse are right there, man.
It's going to be Fautanu versus or Barton. Like you're mathematically going to get a crack at one of them,
right?
At this stage, I would emphatically like it to be Troy Fautanu. Like I don't know how these GMs do it, because I'm sitting here at this point. I'm like, hey, Sean, what do you want? Hey, Les, what do you want? I'm coming up. Like that.
Well,
I would.
You got Brandon Bean syndrome right there. That's exactly.
I would not be able to hold my water right now.
Well, I think am I in the range of Bean keeping the 2025 first round pick? Like we're good, right?
I mean, dude, look at what Quessy just gave up to come up 6 spots.
Yeah, we're good. Okay,
you're not giving up a 1 at this point.
All right, we're good. We're picking in the first round next year. So I'm not close enough to sweat out the options yet.
Poor thing. You might not have picked in the first round for 1 year. It's my first round pick in 3 years.
I know, but you had Tyreek Hill. You know what I mean? And
it wasn't bad.
And Bradley Chubb, he was awesome this year. So, and then you had Phillips and Waddle the year that you did have first round picks. So, like, you're all right, man. You're gonna make it.
It's good to be back, though. I did not miss this anxiety that I have right now. I'll say that
it's real, right? Because you know that it sets the course of all the conversations you got to have, right?
As a content creator in the space, absolutely.
Right, it's different. And we're still like, we're not afraid to tell you. We are, like, at our core, man. We're fans, man. You know what I mean? Like, we feel it just like y'all do. So it's cool to be able to combine fandom with creating the content. And yeah, we're in that strike zone. So who is on the clock is the Los Angeles Rams. Peter Schrager said this. He said, and he's best friends with Sean McVay, seemingly. He said if he picks in the first round, he would guarantee that it's an offensive player.
Mm-hmm.
And they're sitting there looking at, like, some really good defensive talent that's still available. I think they have their biggest needs on the defensive side of the football. But if I'm curious to see if Peter Schrager winds up being right on that. I don't think in my mock I did not have them. I have them picking a defensive player. So
I guess the thing that's challenging for the Rams is they have a lot of youth on the edge of that defense, and then Aaron Donald retires, and it sounds like the Jones fracture for Johnny Newton was not a minor Jones fracture. I know it sounds like from the medicals and him sliding a little bit. If he was healthy, I would be pounding the table for that pick. If you told me Johnny Newton did not have the Jones fracture and there was long-term management of that small bone in your foot for a big guy who's an athletic guy who plays at steep angles, if that dynamic did not exist, I would be pounding the table for Johnny Newton and the Rams.
Yeah. We'll see if they do it. It's funny, the Los Angeles Rams main Twitter account just tweeted out a picture of an old lady with a Rams hat on and says, "It's been 84 years. We're on the clock." Be real weird if they didn't pick right now.
Is it the old lady or is it from Titanic?
Oh, it's Titanic. Yeah. Oh, she's an old lady. Come on. You knew I was going to have a moment like this at some point. You knew I was good for one of these. Now that we've got over 2,000 people on the stream, I'm glad I could come through with my embarrassing moment of the night.
Dude, it's been a meme for like 20 years.
I've never seen it. I've never seen this meme.
An old lady with a hat.
Right. There it is. Put it down. Captain Planet, whatever. I'm sure I'm going to get roasted for the rest of my life. There it is. I'm glad I came through for you. You get me talking. We've been talking for 3.5 hours, right? You know what I mean? Like, right there it is. There it is, man. You stick around long enough, I'm going to say something real
good
goofy.
Job, Joe.
There it is. There it is.
The hat threw him off.
I've never seen it. I've seen Titanic, but I've never seen this meme.
I'm going to have to. It's from the movie.
I watched Titanic in 1998 when it first came out, or whenever the heck that was. The double VCR tape. Do you think I've seen it since? You think I look at this and connect the dots really quick? I need some grace here from the people.
You're not getting it. You get a Captain Marvel reference in the comments.
There's an old lady in a hat.
An old lady in a Rams hat. Idiot. So the Rams are taking their time, huh? I guess it's interesting for the Rams to have been so interested in being aggressive to now get on the clock in this spot and look at the board, knowing that they were probably a Brock Bowers spot, right? And that ship has sailed. I like the defensive talent. I'm going to be honest. I would pick defense here for the Rams because I don't think there's a lot of spots you could go wrong because they have so many young players that, like, I don't think there's a lot of players that you would get a lot of grace that say, oh, I can't pick this guy as the best player available because we have so-and-so in the edge rush room, I think is what we were trying to say before Rose hijacked the conversation.
Did you say anything there? I'm still trying
Just
to
recover,
to land and recover.
Come on back to us. I was saying the youth that exists in the edge rush room, even though they have a lot of young guys, right? And like Byron Young flashed, and they had the restricted free agent in Michael Hoyt, who has kind of showcased himself a little bit as a really interesting player. It doesn't stop me from going with an edge. I'm sitting here looking at Jared Verse. I'd like that pick for them a lot.
Yeah, we have a pick, and with the 19th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Rams select Jared Verse, edge rusher out of Florida State.
Makes me feel good that if you just let us do the mock one pick at a time,
we're really good at it. Yeah,
we do a lot better than trying to do the whole thing in advance.
So this is exciting for the Rams. I know that not having Aaron Donald is not exciting, but you do have Kobe Turner and Byron Young coming off 9 sack seasons as rookies. And now you add a Jared Verse to the mix here. And it feels like you got some guys here to maybe even have a deeper situation than you've had in the past. I think they've done a good job of adding some veterans to their secondary, getting Darius Williams, getting Cam Curl, getting Tre'Davious White. So I thought that was a clear need, that they needed some stabilization on their back end. But now that you're seeing the front end kind of get married to that, by the way, Peter Schrager, you lied to us. That is not an offensive player. I'm calling. You can't sit there and say like you shoot your shot, you guarantee it. Like, I mean, come on, like that's just a whiff. So I think I had them going with an edge rusher, and I think that was the right move.
Schrager taking else.
He deserves it.
I think he said it before you called him out too, though. So everybody had the same thought. Yeah, I like this a lot for the Rams when you consider just having like needle moving like centerpieces of that defense. It was Ramsey, the stars and scrubs approach, right? It was Ramsey and Aaron Donald. You moved on from Ramsey this past offseason. You embrace the youth movement. Then Aaron Donald retires. And not to beat the horse to death here, but I just think getting a centerpiece for the front where you were sorely going to miss what Aaron did from a pass rush perspective for all the other guys, you need to have more depth and more options. And I think this is another firm argument for best player available. I think this run continues going all the way back to 13 with the Raiders. Every single pick that's been made, I think there's a legitimate argument for that player being like, from a consensus standpoint, obviously for those teams, it was the best player available. But like the external narrative on the outside looking in is this perception's continuing that you're getting good value for your picks here.
Got a healthy amount of people in here. We are very thankful that you're here. Want to let you know we're doing this again tomorrow. Like the whole night. Come on back. We're going to be doing the same thing, second and third round, reacting to these picks. So really appreciate you guys being here. Again, if you tweet out the stream and tag me on Twitter, I will retweet you. Only one person did that last time, so let's see if we get a little more participation this time around.
Ken is a man of culture. Shout out, Ken.
Yeah, C4. Still waiting for that sponsorship, though, right?
I'm still waiting.
Still waiting.
We do hashtag no free pub here on the show, but here I am on my third C4 of the stream.
Right.
1 an hour.
So this is where we get to Pittsburgh at 20, right? And I think we're all expecting offensive line. They need a center in a big way. And obviously that means the Dolphins are on double deck here. So we know there's probably a big contingency of fins up here. So we'll definitely spend a lot of time on that selection.
Here's the good news. I know you're trying to keep it hashtag professional.
I'm not. No, I'm not.
I'm on deck, right?
I know, brother. I know how you're feeling, man.
The edges are off the board.
Right, you're not getting an edge.
I'm not getting an edge. And that was my assumption this whole time. I was like, I really don't know how the top 3 edges go. Well, the way the top 3 edges don't go, we had 14 straight offensive picks, and the edges still went. So that's an unforeseen circumstance. You talked about Pittsburgh and the need at center. I think it's been fascinating that Graham Barton has almost universally been referred to in mocks in the past 2 weeks as a center. So I think that's interesting for a player who started 5 games a few years ago at center, but has been a left tackle and a good left tackle. I think he's better inside. I have him graded as an interior offensive lineman. But for that to be that heavy of a consensus, for this being, I think, one of the teams that most desperately needs a center, and it's been rumored that Pittsburgh's had a guy on the offensive line, is it Graham Barton because he can play center?
Make a lot of sense. Administrative note here for the Minnesota Vikings, as we've kind of talked a little bit about 2025 for them. They currently have a 1 2/5. That's it for 2025. So Vikings a trade back team next year. We'll have those conversations. Look at Sam Teets. Sam Teets, are you kidding?
What do you say?
He said he tweeted us out and he got me. He said, "What was that I heard about the Titanic?" All right, I'll retweet you. I said I would. Lots of participation this time. I appreciate it.
Oh, you know what? You know who isn't taking else? Peter Schrager. At least through pick 13, he was tied for first place in the
Well, you know what? The one thing he told us was a guarantee was that they were picking an offensive player, and I'm not going to let him forget it. I'm surprised you're not a big. Well, we're not getting into that. Steelers.
I'm not a big Kyle Brandt guy.
You're not a what? I'm
not a big Kyle Brandt guy. If you were going to say I'm not a big Peter Schrager, I'm not a big Kyle Brandt guy.
I know. Why would you be, right? He likes the Bills, all that. Sam Teets.
Did I call him Graham Barton or Cody Barton?
Not sure. I didn't catch it this time. Sam, you're a Pittsburgh Steelers fan. Who do you want, man? Who's your ideal selection here? Let us know in the chat. If you're a Steelers fan at all, let us know in the chat.
I'm seeing a lot of Brian Thomas Jr.
Yeah, they do need the receiver, right? That's a good call out.
They've been a team that's kind of been kicking the tires on vet receivers too.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so that's Graham. Oh, Everett confirms it was Graham because I'm not talking about the Seahawks in tandem with Barton.
You potentially never have to again. So.
In theory, I shouldn't. So I should. Seattle can't trade up on the clock right now. I'd be in big trouble.
Right here they come. Absolute doomsday scenario here.
Sam says Mitchell would be nice too.
Corner.
The pick is in.
Is it?
Allegedly.
We'll see. I don't have.
I would actually really like Quinyon with it. Like if they're comfortable with the depth of the interior offensive line, Quinyon with Porter is a really nice 1-2 punch of corners for them. I hadn't thought about that because it's just been so narrative that they were going to go with an offensive lineman.
Yeah. So what if they have Dante Jackson, Darius Rush to go with Porter? Yeah, I think the corner should be.
Jackson's a good player, but that was by an acquisition of trade. I don't think he put too many eggs in that basket.
All right, we have a pick. With the 20th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers select Troy Fautanu, offensive lineman, Washington. Need for the offensive line. This is going to be interesting because I don't think Fautanu's an option to play center. But I do think that you have a chance now to move some pieces around to get him where you like him. If you want to keep Roderick Jones at right tackle, you can. I think Fautanu obviously can play left tackle. He can play guard. You have options. I think that Fatanu's I know the need is at center with Graham Barton. I thought Fatanu's just a better prospect. And so I can respect that a lot. And you got to figure out the center thing. But this is a great addition for the Steelers offensive line. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah, it fits the Steelers mold too, right? Physicality, you think about what they added last year with Broderick Jones, Fautanu. I think that other tackle spot could be in play too. They have really physical guys inside. The center, maybe do they come back? Day two, if you're just picking off a value, this is a continuation of everything I've been kind of harping on since Brock Bowers. This is another example of that.
I agree. Now, obviously, this is a dagger bit for Miami. I know that you would have loved that selection. So
They're probably going to go Cody Barton.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't just say Cody Barton.
I'm messing with you.
No,
I'm messing with you.
Okay, so I know that there's plenty of Dolphins fans in here. They're here to react to this pick.
Mm-hmm.
Let's set the stage here. What are you thinking? Who do you like? All the stuff.
Just knowing how the board broke and who they like, I do expect Graham Barton to be the pick. They have a desperate need for an interior offensive lineman. Both the guard spots I consider open. They did bring back Isaiah Wynn, who was a starter for the team last year, but he's missed half the season, like 3 of the last 4 years. Like, how many eggs can you put in that basket? So I think Xavier Worthy's an interesting name. If they go a different direction, I would understand why that would be the pick from we have had the conversations about identifying and doubling down and investing in your identity versus what you're trying to attack your weaknesses. Is there more value in being more well-rounded, or is it more valuable to have a surplus in what you do? So I think that's kind of the 2 ways I kind of see this pick going, based off of the edges off the board, based off the injury concern for Johnny Newton, which if that did not exist, I think that would probably be a pick I'd be a little bit more eager to go to bat for here. I think that would be the best player available if there wasn't the injury concern. So we'll see. I think it's probably going to be an offensive pick.
Is there a case to be made? I mean, you went through a lot of options that make sense. Is there a case with Miami not having a 3? Do you maybe move back here? Or is there like players that I know you did an entire episode on who you wouldn't trade away from? Who's here for that?
None of those players are left.
Okay, so that to me that opens up the conversation if somebody wants to come up, right?
Yeah, if somebody wants to come up and play ball, like if the Packers want to come up from 25, or if the Bucks want to come up and get Quinyon Mitchell and jump the Eagles, or like something like that exists, I think this is the right range to kind of entertain moving back to potentially pick up a day 3 pick, or a early day 3 or late day 2.
Yeah. All right. I don't have the pick, so sorry. if I
there's players I like here.
Yeah.
I just was like, Troy Fautanu was like
the dream.
Your dream scenario if he would have been there.
Have we thought about Chop Robinson? I know that you've been thinking edge. He's the one left. I know that. Well,
is that the pick?
No, I don't know if it is or not.
You just looked off. You're like,
no,
I was like, oh no.
No, I'm not trying to set you up at all. I'm just trying to think of all the different directions that they can go.
Is it a possibility? I think so. I think he's probably a little bit more of a designated pass rusher early on. I think the challenge is if you draft Chop, you probably still need another veteran to bring into the room. Whereas if like Verse had been there, you draft Verse, I think maybe you feel better about him as a 3-down player. So you'll get Chubb and Phillips back at some point pretty early on in the season. But Chop, I think the 3-year projection for Chop Robinson is more favorable than the 1-year projection for Chop Robinson. And if you're asking me what I would really like to see Miami do with this pick, one of the things I would like to accomplish with this pick is a player that plays meaningful snaps for you this year.
All right. Well, I mean, stylistically, that defense is different these days. So, yeah, I like Van Ginkel. You think about the way that they could create runways and get him to attack the pocket. So, how are the Dolphins going to be the team that's going to take a long time here? All the anticipation. We're all excited to find out who they pick. You know, you put all the time in the world into getting ready for this moment, and it's here, and you know that it's coming. We just don't have it quite yet. First pick for the Dolphins since Jalen Phillips in 2021?
2021. Yep. The 2022 pick went for Tyreek Hill, and the 2023 pick went for Bradley Chubb at the trade deadline in 2021. Or in 2022, I should say.
Is it Graham Barton? Is there another offensive lineman that we're not thinking about?
The chat is throwing me off because I've seen names.
They don't have it. I'm telling you, don't have it yet.
Somebody says we're behind the broadcast.
It's not. None of that's true. None of that's true.
Okay. You can stop messing with me, guys.
Right. You got to remember there's fans on both sides of this equation right now, now in the chat.
So. And I don't know who's who.
Right. Right. Unless your Avi gives it away, right?
Pick is in?
I don't have it yet.
I'm saying the pick is in. It's an old lady in a hat.
I have seen nothing from the Dolphins' social media. This is incredible. This is incredible.
Okay, we are way ahead of the broadcast.
Good. We're glad you're here.
Now they're buying in. Now it's Spencer Rattler.
Right. You got a little bit there, my guy. Again, we're going to be here tomorrow. Rounds 2 and 3, covering every pick.
Have you decided what you're going to do on day 3?
Okay, I have the pick.
Okay.
With the 21st pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Miami Dolphins select Chop Robinson, edge rusher, Penn State.
Well, here I thought the top 3 edges are off the board. It's not going to be an edge. I know you like Chop Robinson a lot.
The tradition continues.
Right? You get all of the players that I get all the players that you really like.
Yeah.
First step explosiveness is very evident. And I think if you put on the highlight reel, you see the disruptive potential. I mean, he plays hard too. I think there is an element for Chop Robinson that I think you're going to have to go out and spend in free agency and still bring in another vet, whether that's Carl Lawson, who they had in for a visit, or whatever. If I look past the 2024 lens, I can see the excitement for this pick where you're probably going to pay Jalen Phillips. You now have somebody in the wings to kind of groom to transition out of Bradley Chubb. This is going to continue that strategy that they have with trying to have guys behind their big money contract players to kind of phase guys out and bring new guys in. And Mike McDaniel kind of alluded to it at some point in season last year. He was asked about like using a first round pick. And he said, Chris going to have to talk me out of going defensive line in the first round. Like he openly said that out loud. So I don't know that it's necessarily a big surprise.
I wonder if, was it the Rams who picked Verse, right? Like you feel like maybe that was plan A. But obviously
everybody had Verse for Miami in their mocks.
Right. And because Schrager lied to everybody and said they were going offense. So he thought the path was there and it wasn't. I like Chop Robinson a ton. Like first round grade all day long for me. Speed, burst, flexibility for days. I think he's got more power than expected. I think one of the worst narratives about Chop Robinson is that he's small. He's not. He's 250 something pounds, just like Latu, just like Turner, just like Verse. I think that's a myth. And I think that like burst and bend still wins. And I thought he had a fair amount of moves to go with him. Like I'm in on Chop Robinson. And so this long-standing tradition of the Dolphins picking players that I like and Kyle being a little lower. And then even the same thing with the Bills. Like there's players the Bills have drafted that you've liked more than me. Here we are. So it's inevitable. I guess we'll see what happens when it's my turn at 28. But my perspective on this pick is that I like it a ton. I was more concerned for Miami at interior defensive line and interior offensive line. But I think I like Chop Robinson more than Barton and probably as much as I like Newton. So that's kind of, yeah.
So what I would say there is I don't know how much run the interior defensive line is going to get. Because the Ravens last year had one interior defensive lineman who played more than 50% of the snaps.
So they rotate heavy, which is a new world because Christian Wilkins played every snap.
Right. Well, Zach
Sealer too.
Was an every down guy too. And he'll probably still take that role. So as we've kind of gotten into this a little bit, like I would not be surprised if they take like an early down nose tackle type player late in the draft because he's there because he has no pass rush ceiling. And that's about it for the interior defensive line.
So we need to think differently about that situation is what you're saying.
Yeah. I mean, they signed 6-7 guys in free agency. I think they have enough competition there where unless Byron Murphy was there, and based off of Newton and the medicals, I would not be surprised if that doesn't get a lot of run.
So we then turn our attention probably to the interior offensive line options in the second round for Miami. That would seem like conventional wisdom.
Yeah.
Anything else you want to get out on this? Otherwise, we should probably go to break and talk about the Philadelphia Eagles.
Yeah, let's talk about our competitive spirits.
Thank you for letting me know. Because I've been told that I'm a competitive person. You think that's true? Of course it is. Kyle's competitive too, and our competitive side is a big fan of Monopoly Go. I'm sure you've heard of it. It's been downloaded over 150 million times, and it's a great twist on Monopoly where you play on not one, but hundreds of Monopoly boards in crazy locations, building up amazing cities that bring you big money. But the best part is messing with my friends. I can charge them rent on iconic properties just like Monopoly, but now I can also rob their vaults for riches for myself. And the leaderboards show me who the biggest Monopoly tycoon is. But it's not just my competitive side that loves it. You can team up with friends and people all around the world in time tournaments to earn huge rewards. So get in the game and join your friends. Download Monopoly Go now for free on the App Store or Google Play.
So the Eagles are on the clock. And for a team that's maybe trading up for a corner,
they're there.
They got to love how this fell for them, right?
Yeah, they could literally just pick Terrion Arnold right now. And that would be a slam dunk pick. Quinyon Mitchell's still there. Wait, right?
Yeah,
they're all
going to have their choice.
Man, that's funny. It's like the things that don't happen, and then like you finally realize the truth. Like they didn't have to trade up for a corner. Like, and it's obviously true. They get them all.
And that happens not just with this, but it's also like player negotiations and like you're trying to figure out like contract offerings and stuff like that. Right. And I was bidding against myself, or this player had a lot bigger market. So like that's always a fun part of this gig that we do, is seeing where that perception versus reality of the urgency that would be needed to get something done. And for Philly, like props to them for sitting on their hands and letting this thing come through, because if they want a corner, assuming that's the move that they make, they're going to be smooth sailing.
What other directions are we thinking for Philadelphia if it's not corner? I feel like I've seen some mock drafts with offensive line. I don't think you ever put defensive line past Howie. It seems so obvious that it's corner. As you kind of said, look, if we could make mock draft picks one at a time, we'd be pretty dangerous at this thing. How do you not just pick one of these guys?
I would want Quinyon Mitchell.
CB1 at pick 21. That's
22
or 22. Yeah, that's nonsense, right?
You can run. You can play man coverage. You can lock him up on the perimeter. Vic's not going to move guys, so you can just live out there and isolate and eliminate a receiver.
And maybe there's a case to be made. Well, all of them are here. Are you comfortable with the move back? I think the problem may be, well, who's coming up and for who, right? Like that's definitely part of this conversation. We haven't seen another receiver come off the board since the top three, right? So like if Worthy or Thomas are players that people like, they're there. But the offensive tackle, who's left? Like Tyler Guyton, like they've all gone. So if you want that last tackle, if you want Johnny Newton, if you want to get ahead of the next wide receiver run, you could see this being a spot. But if you're Howie, I mean, stick and get the best corner.
I do think interior offensive line is interesting when you consider Kelsey retired. They have a couple day 2 picks there in the pipe with Tyler Steen and Cam Jurgens. If they have it, like if they love Cody Barton, I did it. Cody Barton. They love Graham Barton.
We need him to get picked.
then I think that's at least an interesting conversation, because he could play all the spots. And they lost their utility guy.
Opeta. Yeah, Opeta. Yeah.
Well, and then their other one was he signed in Miami. Jack Driscoll was their other utility guy who they used at tight end as a 6th offensive lineman, and he was kind of a swing guy who could play a lot of spots.
Tyler Steen, your scheduled right guard right now. That doesn't stop me. You know what I mean?
Right. Like if you love Barton,
yeah,
he'd be in the conversation for me.
And you got huge money tied up in my Mailata, Dickerson, and Lane, right? Like massive offensive line contracts. All right, we have a pick. With the 22nd pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Philadelphia Eagles select Quinyon Mitchell, cornerback, Toledo. unbelievable job, right? I mean, this is the best corner in the class. They didn't have to trade up for him. And they stick and pick him at 22, where you have Darius Slay, who's aging, and James Bradbury, who fell off a cliff last year. And I know that you're well acquainted with this Vic Fangio defense. And I think that you have identified Quinyon Mitchell as a very good fit for like the zone match defense, particularly based on what he was asked to do at Toledo. This is a very clean projection.
Yeah, that was kind of the challenge with him, was like, oh, can he play up in guys' faces or not, as compared to playing from depth, when in reality, like that, he'll have to do that for Vic. But then also knowing that he can play press, and he is big and long and physical and can run, and you can leave him on an island. And with what they do with their safeties in that system, with how they try to steal to the passing strength with the backside safety, it puts a lot of pressure on the backside corner. So for a guy like Mitchell to learn from Darius Slay, but also have the versatility, if you want to lock him on the backside so that you can use the safety to hunt the crossing routes from the passing strength, depending on their coverage calls, that's a lot of stress on that corner. And I think that's where Mitchell gives you another added value for what he can bring to the table.
So the Jaguars are now on the clock, and this is where they traded back to, right? So they were going to pick at 17. And we talked about receivers and corners for them there. And the only thing that's different is Quinyon Mitchell's not available. I think Kool-Aid McKinstry, Terrion Arnold would be great picks. If they wanted to go with Xavier Worthy or Brian Thomas, those players are still on the board for them. So it feels like Jacksonville, for the second year in a row, manipulated the board effectively, right? They made the slight move back. They always wanted Antonio Harrison last year, or Anton Harrison last year. They moved back, get their guy. Feels like they're about to do the same thing.
Yeah, I think so. And look, they're a team that they're trying to navigate their own rebuild. I think the fact that they have found these ways to add these extra picks and players is very helpful for them, because I think a thing that gets overlooked with the draft is people think, oh, we have drafts with picks and rookies. You know what else happens with the draft weekend with some of the picks? They get traded for veteran players. And I think for Jacksonville to maybe kind of use some of these day 3 picks, they're looking for catalysts to kind of push them up to the next level. If there's players that become available that might move the needle for them, I'd love to see them use some of these picks in that regard too, where you wouldn't have as much flexibility to do that unless you were willing to finesse the board and move down in the way that which Jacksonville has.
They're doing well with that. Would you, I mean, thinking of all the options, I know they signed Eric Armstead, but if there was a spot for Johnny Newton, I don't dismiss this one. We know Trent Baalke's never been shy of being willing to pick some guys with some injury issues. I know that foot injury or whatever for Newton is something to be mindful of. I feel like their offensive line's in a pretty good spot in terms of, they added Mitch Morse to this. They signed Ezra Cleveland after trading for him. I feel like that seems to be okay. I'm feeling wide receiver or corner with this pick, with my wild card being Johnny Newton, unless they trade back again.
I don't think there's any chance Johnny goes.
Any chance today?
Any chance today? I don't think there's any chance.
Good player, man.
He's an outstanding. The tape's outstanding. The medicals are scary. I would go with Terrion Arnold here. Would be my pick for Jacksonville in this spot.
Looking at a situation where your corner opposite Tyson Campbell is Ronald Darby, who wasn't even on a team until like camp last year.
Yes.
He had a nice cameo with Baltimore last year, and that got him a chance, but that doesn't, that just feels like the obvious thing. Unless they really do want this receiver. Chris.
Hey, Chris.
What's up, brother?
Hey, man.
Shooby Shoob.
He got me fired up. He got Olu Fashanu.
Yeah, he should be. Olu Fashanu and Chop Robinson. We're going to go up against each other in the real world as opposed to the practices all the time at Penn State.
Oh, that's fun. I hadn't thought about that.
Yeah. I
So
didn't.
You guys are getting what, Norzad?
Yeah, no doubt, no doubt. That's coming at some point.
Hunter Norzad gonna be the Penn State
Or
pick for
Disa Isaac. Ooh,
yeah, Disa Isaac.
pick 60.
Kalen King. Help your need a corner.
Yeah,
Couple picks, right? What are you thinking? What are you thinking?
I'm thinking one of these receivers, Xavier Legette, Xavier Worthy, Brian Thomas, Cooper DeJean. It's the same cast. I've expected it to be one of those 4 players or a trade back. We'll get to that. We do have a pick for the Jaguars.
Okay.
With the 23rd pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars select Brian Thomas, wide receiver, LSU. So their desire to get a receiver was really real. And I think this does affirm that that's who they wanted at 17. They must have felt good about getting him at 23 and getting a bunch of picks. I think that works out good for Trent Baalke. And Brian Thomas is a height, weight, speed guy that has good ball tracking ability. That while they do have other receivers, I don't know that they have one like this that can really win vertically. I know Gabe Davis is a vertical receiver, but not the same type, right? He wins with size and ball skills. Thomas can run away. Now he's got to develop his route tree. That's for sure. But he certainly fills a role for this Jacksonville team as a field stretcher to go with Christian Kirk and Gabe Davis and Evan Ingram and Zay Jones.
It's an interesting foil with him and Gabe Davis on the same wide receiver core, isn't it? Obviously, Brian's a lot more dynamic than Gabe, but those are big-bodied perimeter downfield guys that I think is really interesting to then have an athletic tight end mismatch player to go with it. And Evan Ingram, Zay Jones is another bigger-bodied, more of a vertical down the field player, a Christian Kirk field stretcher. I don't know. I guess just the composition of this wide receiver room is really, really interesting to me, how all these skill sets fit amongst each other.
I agree with that. The target distribution is going to be interesting here because it's like
a ton of targets is Evan Ingram.
Right. You have money. You have money in Gabe. You have money in Kirk. You have a first rounder in Brian Thomas. Like, not everybody's getting 100 targets.
But Gabe, I know the wide receiver market is what it is, but they paid Gabe Davis a pretty decent amount of money to come down there and play, too.
I know, not 30 million, but 13 per. It's not nothing.
Right.
It's an interesting group. And what's like, Christian Kirk had down the field success in this offense. So, like, maybe we'll see how it comes together. I mean, I wouldn't say that I'm over the moon with the big investments in the wide receiver core being Gabe Davis and Brian Thomas. I know that you're not overly high on Brian Thomas. I had a 2 on him. I know that you had lower grade than that.
The 2.
Okay. So we'll see. I know that landing spot affects things. Do you like this landing spot for Brian Thomas? Like, is this where
I think this is a spot where you have enough other players where he can do the things he's really good at.
But don't you want a volume component to your first round receiver?
In theory, yes.
Yeah.
And I think that's always kind of been the hang up on why I've been a little bit lower than the consensus on Brian Thomas, because it's like how diverse of a menu are you going to offer in year one? And I think he's one of those players. And there's a couple players that have come off recently like this. And I would say Chop Robinson is another one. The 3-year forecast is a lot more favorable than the 1-year forecast.
Yeah.
And if you're willing to buy into the 3-year forecast, then, and knowing they have things that they're really good at right away, but they're not a complete player right away, I think that explains why this pick makes sense for Jacksonville in the same way that a pick a couple picks ago makes sense for Miami.
So the Dallas Cowboys, always a big deal anytime they do anything. They're on the clock here at number 24.
Graham Barton.
You would think that would make a lot of sense for them. I heard some very interesting things about what Dallas could do.
Right.
Very interesting. Conventional wisdom tells me they got to help this offensive line. And maybe they didn't, but part of the equation that I had before didn't include Graham Barton being available. I don't know how they overlook this offensive line right now. TJ Bass is your left guard. Brock Hoffman is your center. This is not serious. This is not serious. Like
They're all in,
brother. You got to go offensive line.
So, like we have been historically, this program has been very complimentary of Dak Prescott for the evolution that he has made as a player. From a quarterback who was a game managing quarterback when he first came in to kind of being the straw that stirred the drink for Dallas in the passing offense, and they've been a more passing heavy team. But we said last year, y'all got to get back to your roots a little bit, or we felt they needed to get back to their roots. This is even worse because you lost 2 starting offensive linemen that have not been replaced. Your right tackle with Terrence Steele already regressed massively last season from what he was the year before you earned a big contract. Your swing guys are Asim Richards and Chuma Edoga and Josh Ball and Matt Waletzko, and never mind the 2 guys you mentioned as starters already, and Hoffman and Bass.
It's not serious.
So you could draft, you can make an argument to draft, and this team didn't even want to pay Zach Martin last summer. They had to get talked into paying Zach Martin.
Hall of Fame guard, like literally a Hall of Fame guard.
Yeah. I think if you go interior, I would expect it to be Graham Barton. If you go offensive lineman, I think maybe you could make an argument for Guyton.
Maybe Jordan Morgan, like that. That's going to move the needle more than anything else they could do, especially the rumored stuff that I heard. All right. So we have what's coming up here. We have Dallas at 24, Green Bay at 25, Tampa at 26, Arizona 27, Buffalo 28. That's our next 5. I think there's plenty of corner spots here, and with Tampa, even Arizona.
Yeah, I like Tampa as an edge spot, and I don't think
who's left at edge.
Right,
who's
that's
left?
what I mean. I think that becomes a favorable corner spot.
Yeah, unless Marshawn Nealon sneaks into the first round, I think we're done with edge rushers. They went in the first 21 picks. They all went, and they all went from pick? Indy at 15. All of them went 15 to 21.
Yeah, 15 to 21.
That was a real run. Like that was a thing. It wasn't like, does Chop Robinson go like late first round? No, I mean top 25 pick. So I wonder how much of the action early in the draft changed that piece of it.
Yeah,
very, very fascinating.
Well, that's the teams that do have to sit back for 3-4 hours and wait. Right? Is your plan? You think you know what you want to do, but I would also make an observation that it feels like these teams had a pretty good gauge on where this was going to go.
I would agree. Yeah.
Based on Jacksonville trading back and getting Brian Thomas, and Philadelphia not trading up and getting Quinyon Mitchell. Minnesota not panicking and getting McCarthy with a one-player or one-team trade up. I don't know how much of this got blindsided. It felt like we were a little bit more dark on the outside, which you would expect to be the case. But I think a lot of these teams in the 20s, or at least in the late teens, had a good vibe on how this was going to unfold in front of them.
America's team. That's what they call themselves.
While we're waiting.
Yeah.
You had mentioned Xavier Legette, Brian Thomas, Cooper DeJean. Who else?
Zach Frazier.
So like your short list right now is 2 players long.
Xavier Legette, Cooper DeJean, Xavier Worthy. Yeah, those would be the guys.
Do you anticipate who do you anticipate being there for you at 28?
Probably Legette. The Lions have traded up.
The Lions have traded up.
Traded up from 29 to 24. So Dallas moves back.
Is this Cooper in front of Green Bay?
I know that they like Legette. I know that they like Kool-Aid McKinstry. Here's the terms of the trade. Okay, and I know who they're picking as well. Okay, so 23. This is, give me a second here. This is,
oh boy. Who's the pick?
With the 24th pick in the 2024 NFL draft, the Detroit Lions trade up to get Terrion Arnold, cornerback out of Alabama.
Okay. Not who I would have guessed at corner for them.
Definitely a need.
Massive need. Kind of got compounded by some off the field stuff this offseason.
Big time.
I think Terrion's an interesting player because I think he's more of a zone fit. I think he plays really good with his eyes. I think about that in Detroit. And you contrast that to some of the guys that you assumed that they would be interested in. We heard they were interested in the other Alabama corner, Kool-Aid McKinstry.
I don't think they expected Arnold to be there.
Yeah.
I think that changed everything. This winds up being, they give up a 3rd-round pick, number 73. So they get this pick and a 7. They give up 73 overall. That's what they gave up. 29 and 73 for this pick and a 7th-round pick back.
It's a good trade.
Yeah, it doesn't seem that much. Giving up a 3 to go get a corner that, I mean, this is a 1st-round grade for me. This is my number 12 player on the board. I imagine he's probably pretty high for you as well.
Yeah. I had a late one on him, but I only had 15 like definitive 1st-round grades. So there's another plus value player for sure, which you're not necessarily surprised about with Detroit. They seem to have sniffed these out, maybe not necessarily from a position of value standpoint with last year's draft class, but when you have this looming need at corner, I think it becomes very easy with corner 1 not coming off the board until Philadelphia 22 for you to kind of flash and react.
I wonder how many corners we get to close out the 1st round. We have
okay. So let's think about it. Go ahead.
Tampa's a spot. Are we counting Cooper DeJean as a corner?
We probably should for now.
Okay, because I think between him, Wiggins, and Kool-Aid, you have 3. Maybe Kansas City. I wouldn't expect San Francisco, but I wouldn't rule it out. Green Bay, Tampa. I think Tampa's certainly in that conversation.
I'll say 2.
You think we get 2?
Yeah, I say we get 2.
70. So 29 and 73 for 24 and a 7th-round pick next year. That's a fine trade, right? That's fine.
Yeah. That's in line with even the fact that they got a 7 back is like a lot of perception of trading back in the 1st round. If you're trading in the 20s, you're not getting a 2.
Right.
You're not giving a 2. So for them to give a 3, but they still got to throw in pick back is I think right in line with what my expectation would have been if you move back half the 20s.
Mm-hmm.
Based on, I did a 10-year study on that and kind of found pretty consistently, in order to get more than a day 3 pick, you got to move back 5-6 spots in the round, and that gets you 3.
All right, so we are waiting on the Green Bay Packers. Kyle, we are at the top of the hour, so that means I got something I got to do here, and that is to tell our friends about LinkedIn. When you're hiring for your small business, you want to be certain that you can find as many quality professionals that are right for the role, and that's why you got to check out LinkedIn Jobs. LinkedIn Jobs has the tools to help you find the right professionals for your team faster and for free. LinkedIn isn't just another job board. LinkedIn helps you hire professionals that you can't find anywhere else, even those who aren't actively searching for a new job but might be open to the perfect role. In a given month, over 70% of LinkedIn users don't even visit other leading job sites. So if you're not looking on LinkedIn, you're looking in the wrong place. LinkedIn knows that small businesses are wearing so many hats right now and might not have the time or resources to hire Well, thankfully, LinkedIn is always looking for ways to make that process easier for you. In fact, they just launched a feature that helps you write job descriptions. So post your job for free at linkedin.com/LockedOnNFL. That's linkedin.com/LockedOnNFL to post your job for free. Terms and conditions apply.
This episode of your favorite Locked On podcast is brought to you by the best meal kit service in the game, Home Chef. No more having to answer the dreaded question, what are we going to do for dinner tonight? Thanks to Home Chef and their chef-designed recipes that are delivered directly to my door, all pre-packaged, pre-portioned. They even peel the garlic cloves for you. And each recipe, one of my favorites, blackened mahi, comes with a full page of easy-to-read instructions that include customization options and pictures to guide you along the way through the step-by-step process so you don't have to ask, is that what chard looks like? I cannot recommend Home Chef enough, especially right now, because for a limited time, Home Chef is giving Locked On listeners 18 free meals, free dessert for life, and of course, free shipping on your first box if you head to homechef.com/lockedon today. That's homechef.com/lockedon for 18 free meals and free dessert for life. Yes, you heard that right. Homechef.com/lockedon. Must be an active subscriber to receive free dessert.
We do have a developing story here.
Is it the Packers pick? Because that's in. You have something else?
No, go ahead.
With the 25th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Green Bay Packers select Jordan Morgan, offensive lineman, Arizona. Kyle is moving back in his chair.
We had a conversation about Jordan Morgan. I didn't think he'd go here. Did you?
I thought he was anywhere from 25 to 40, I thought was the range. So I think he went at the top of his range, ahead of Graham Barton, which is interesting.
I relied on you, Peter Bukowski, to give us clarity on the Packers. And he has been driving the Cooper DeJean to Green Bay train for quite some time. Now, as I think about what Green Bay has on the offensive line, and what kind of their tendencies are on the offensive line, I think this is a really interesting addition. I think he kind of fits their style. They like flex guys. It doesn't seem like they have been real big on length, with obviously the Zach Tom experience at tackle and how successful that has been for them. Is he playing left tackle here with Bakhtiari on the outs? Is Jenkins going to play inside and be a plus value for you with his contract at tackle after being inside? I can't imagine that's the preferred avenue for them. But I think the inside-outside flex for Morgan with the athleticism, I see why this is the pick. I'm curious how they're going to find their best combo of 5 there.
I wonder they have versatility. I think that's what's helpful here with Elgton Jenkins, like you mentioned, Zach Tom, who I think can play 4 spots on this offensive line, and now you add another guy.
I think Tom could play 5 spots. They feel he's got Hall of Fame potential at center. That's what they feel about him.
So there you go. Another piece, right? This offense want to run the ball. They have young playmakers. I think investing in the offensive line makes a lot of sense. Now, Green Bay doesn't pick first-round offensive players, right? This is a subplot here that we need to be thinking about.
Yeah, I think so.
This is, very not normal. Who was their last first-round pick on offense? I think it's been 100 years. It's Jordan Love. That's who it was, Jordan Love in 2020. Yeah. But, first-round offensive lineman, I think he's a guard, so that's – and he's got sub-33-inch arms. So to me, I'm thinking about Jenkins and Tom as my tackles. Myers is my center. Morgan is one of my guards, and then your other one's probably Sean Ryan. That's how you kind of sort that out.
Ryan was part of the platoon for them last year.
Yeah.
So I think that's a better combo than leaving Jenkins and having Morgan at tackle. And I would be inclined to agree with you. My gut reaction for best 5 would have Elgton at tackle for them. And that becomes a plus value at that contract because I believe he signed at an average of 17 per.
Yeah, which is
and 17 per
money.
as guard is hefty money, but 17 per for tackle, it's still hefty money, but it's not as top of market because we just saw Penix get $28 million per with his contract extension with the Lions. That's the way you kind of game the system that way a little bit for these flex guys. You get them to sign contracts,
Yeah. Yeah, no doubt about it. So that gets us to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, scheduled to pick number 26 overall. This feels like a defensive back spot. This feels like Cooper DeJean. This feels like Kool-Aid McKinstry
spot.
So I think one of them
could feel like a
Barton?
Defensive line spot too.
Who? So that's where it gets interesting.
Robinson.
Yeah, that's a like Nealand and Robinson are 100% Jason like draft picks. Like the guy that picked
Logan Hall and
exactly the name I was looking for. Logan Hall and Anthony Nelson and
they like some big dense boys on the line. And the one time they went outside of that box was Tryon Shoyinka, and it hasn't worked out.
Right. Right for the edge, right? Yeah, for the edge side of things. Yeah, because they did Cansey last year. I'm kind of thinking. Should we be dismissing? I mean, Sua Pettis are starting left guard right now. Could Graham Barton just be kind of a BPA pick?
I think that's on the table for them for sure.
There's two players here, Graham Barton and Xavier Worthy, who it felt like there was a lot of late buzz for those guys, and here we are at pick 26. They're both available. I think that's a little bit interesting. We have the pick for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
All right, go for it.
With the 26th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers select Graham Barton, offensive lineman, Duke.
There you go.
So this is what I was thinking about looking at this depth chart, where it's Sua Peta at left guard. Like, that's a backup player. And I think you want to continue to build this offensive line. You have some really nice young talent in Tristan Wirfs and Luke Godecki. And you just, you had second round pick and Cody Mauch. So you have like a lot of young talent for this offensive line. And I think they need corner, but I think the way the corners are falling a little bit, like they can still get a guy potentially with their next pick. That's going to be.
They also have an MO for their corner type too, with their body types that they like. That there's going to be some developmental guys that I think are, and McCollum's been in that system a little bit. They've had a chance to develop them a little bit. I wouldn't be surprised if they go after another player like that, like a Cam Hart type player. I think is a very much a Jason Light corner.
Yeah.
On day 2 or early on day 3. But Graham Barton, I'm glad you pointed that out because I've kind of been interested with their chemistry experiment that they've been putting together with all of these young offensive linemen. With you mentioned Godecki and Mauch and the whole group. And it kind of reminds me of the Rams edge group discussion that we had, where I got some really likable young talent here. Nothing that's going to stop me from adding what we feel like would be a definitive best player available, appropriate talent intersection for a guy that can play inside. And like a lot of those guys, it's another team like Green Bay, a lot of positional flex with those guys. Now, I think a lot more of Tampa's positional flexes is all interior, whether they're center or guard types. I don't think there's a lot of guard tackle types, but this kind of gives you that with Barton, which I think is a new layer to that offensive line unit.
So I guess we get to stop talking about Graham Barton. It felt like for the last 8
Who's Graham
picks,
Barton? I thought we were talking about Cody Barton.
Right. Yeah. Cody Barton as well. For like 8 picks in a row. I was like, is this the spot for him? Is this a spot for him? So that's finally over. We have a couple offensive linemen here back to back with Morgan and Barton. Now, what's interesting is I wonder about Dallas, who moved back, and maybe they thought that they were going to get Morgan or Barton.
Oh, yeah.
So, like, not looking strong there.
They came back to 29, right?
Dude, that's going to be fascinating. If they do one of those 3 things that I texted you about, it's kind of shaping up, my guy. It's kind of shaping up. You wonder now, though, we're kind of in that range where maybe some teams are looking to move out of the first round. Somebody wants to come back in, like Tyler Guyton's still available, right? That's a thing.
Don't sleep on Baltimore there either.
Right. So that's
the right tackle need after trading Moses to the Jets.
I think I wonder if that's kind of it's credit to Sue-Ann for pointing it out. Tyler Guyton is he the guy that maybe Dallas can settle in on?
They can play defense with Baltimore if that's the case.
Correct.
Because your next 2 picks is Arizona, who we don't assume to be a tackle spot, and Buffalo, we don't assume to be a tackle spot.
So Arizona is on the clock. Marvin Harrison Jr., their first pick. They got a bunch of early day 2 picks as well. I mean, I would love Johnny Newton for them. I know that you're skeptical that he goes tonight. I think that would
just the medicals. Yeah.
Right. I mean, you got to feel like Jonathan Gannon with the defensive line depth that he enjoyed with Philadelphia. He probably wants some of that. I know they signed like Bilal Nichols and Justin Jones, but like, come on. You got a chance to get a dude. So I'm thinking a lot about that for the Cardinals.
I mean, that whole roster, though, I feel like they're open season in every position room, too.
Could they go receiver?
I was sitting here. I was just asking myself imagine they go Legette or Worthy.
Yeah, or
imagine
Worthy.
they go Worthy.
Yeah, like
that'd be really fun.
It would kind of make sense to me.
I don't know. I feel like there's value at corner with both Wiggins and McKinstry. I think there's value on the defensive line with Darius Robinson. I think there's value at wide receiver with Xavier Legette.
Yeah, I think corner's a good call out. I mean, Starling Thomas is one of their starting corners right now. They just signed Sean Murphy-Bunting. Like, yeah, corner's definitely in play. And that would make a lot of
Gannon, a defensive-minded head coach.
Right. Okay, we have the pick. So that means the Bills are on the clock. With the 27th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals select Darius Robinson.
There you go.
Defensive end is what they're calling him. Missouri. So he's at the draft, Detroit native, big moment for him, getting picked in the first round. And we just got through this. Like, Arizona needed help on the defensive side of the football. He's certainly not the best player available in my mind, but versatility, inside, outside. Obviously, if you play him on the inside, he's got a lot of athleticism.
Mm-hmm.
Gannon needed some guys for this rotation, even, making a few moves this offseason. They needed more, and they invest their second first-round pick in Darius Robinson.
I like it. I'm really high on Darius Robinson. I think guys with length, powerful hands, and alignment versatility will have a lot of opportunities to be successful and have a lot of avenues to try to find a successful role. And that defensive front for Arizona, I mean, they had some young guys from the past couple of years, but they didn't have a body type like this to play on the edge if they want to play like this on the edge. You think about Gannon and what he did in Philadelphia, and I know he was maligned there for the defensive performance, but they had all kinds of body types on that defensive front. They had a ton of talent, and they have very little. And I think this is a player who maybe the pass rush ceiling out of the 5 defensive ends that have gone in the first round, he is the lowest pass rush ceiling, I think. But I still think he can play his way into being a 6 to 8 sack type of guy, but a guy who can have his length show up inside and outside, and you have a lot of flexibility in what weight you want him to play at and what you want him to do.
It's a late first round too. So the Bills are on the clock. So that means my heart rate gets going a little bit.
We got
Cooper DeJean.
No, one name.
No, I can't do that.
One name. Who's it going to be? Because you don't get to pick one.
I think it's going to be Cooper DeJean. I think that Xavier Legette's would be a great pick. I think Xavier Worthy is firmly in play. I would think one of those 3 players are a trade out is kind of what I'm expecting.
The chat would love a trade out based off of my observations.
Yeah.
Well, now there's late push for DeJean.
Yeah,
I have a sneaky chat is split between Cooper DeJean and a trade out.
I have a sneaky suspicion on Xavier Worthy just because I know that they talk so much about matchup problems that they want to create, and he gives them a speed dynamic, but is he is different enough than what they have because nobody's really like him, but like it's certainly a mismatch guy, and I just feel like Cooper DeJean fits the prototype so well. So,
and you think about that Iowa defense and how much they asked him to play with his eyes in zone coverage. I think that's where he was best in coverage. And I think he's a really sound tackler from the secondary and from depth, and some sorely needed athleticism in that secondary with some alignment versatility to play corner or play safety. And I'd like it a lot for Buffalo as far as a fit with what they historically have wanted and asked their DBs to do.
Well, the Bills are not on the clock anymore. They traded back. They traded out. So.
I can see your soul leave your body about halfway through my comment there. So
yeah, you can tell.
Read you.
Thank you. Don't know who's come up. We don't know the terms of the deal, but the Bills will not be picking 28th. They're moving back.
Oh, imagine somebody jumps Dallas.
Maybe so. For Guyton. Someone's coming to get Guyton. So we'll see. I think my favorite scenario has been like trade back. I'd have been happy sticking and picking Legette or DeJean.
Chad is pissed.
Why?
I waited all this time.
Oh, yeah. We'll get through it, folks. Well, I wonder if they traded completely out of the first round. That's going to make for an interesting.
Right. It'd be pretty anticlimactic, right?
Right. So we'll see. Little did I realize that the Bills were not going to pick in the first round this year. So how do we know that the Bills are trading out, but we have no idea who's trading in, right? That's the scenario we need to know about. Who's it going to be? Carolina coming up?
I'd say Carolina comes up for a receiver.
Bills pick at 33. That'd be a good spot. You could sit there all night long.
And field offers if somebody gets super anxious or desperate.
Yeah.
Or just stick and pick to start day 2.
Yeah. Somehow
are you going to do a show?
Yeah.
Hey, we traded out.
No, because I think people are really upset that the Bills didn't move up for Brian Thomas. So we got to squash that concern. And we got to get excited about the picks that the Bills did get here and the flexibility that it creates. I'm fascinated, obviously, to know not only who moves in, but what the Bills got here for this.
If it wasn't Buffalo, I would say New England, too, coming up for receiver.
They should. But it says a lot. It says a lot about the Bills, like, not loving their options, clearly. Like, their board got cleaned out, or else I don't think.
Maybe they feel like they can move back and still get somebody in the same tier because there's a surplus because we've mentioned 3 names.
It's true. Somehow we don't know who is picking or what the Bills got. Is it longer because does it feel longer because it's the team that I care the most about?
No.
Or this is like a long time, right? Like,
yeah, it's especially to not know who's coming in. Because
right,
at least you'd have a whole new storyline to talk about if somebody came on the clock and say, "Oh, okay, it'll be this team's coming up for maybe these few things."
Yeah, I appreciate all the comments about Brandon Bean being a listener. Finally, I could get in his ear and get him to move back. Now somebody's saying the Bills are in trade talks to move out of 28, but it's not done yet.
How does that?
I don't know, brother.
What?
Maybe that would explain why we don't know what team it is and why it's been taken forever.
Who would you dislike here if they stay?
Troy Franklin. So there you go. If you just baited me into that moment, congratulations, Kyle Krabs. You did it.
Trade back and draft Troy Franklin.
No, I'm saying if you just sat here and picked them, like, oh, you know,
what did they pick him at 33?
I'd like it a lot more than picking him at 28. All right, we're getting some more confirmation that they are trading back. Somehow the Bills have taken all the time. So we're into the 3rd round at this point.
Do you get this reference?
Hey, it's Franklin.
Yeah, you get that reference?
I don't know.
Hey, it's Franklin.
The little turtle guy?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, you just asked me about famous mice.
Yeah.
How many famous turtles are there?
Well, the Ninja Turtles are clearly the number one.
Right. The Ninja Turtles. You got Franklin the Turtle.
Yeah, he doesn't really compare. Is there any other famous turtles out there? Aesop's Fables? The Tortoise and the Hare? Does that guy count?
The Tortoise and the Hare, he counts. What's the name of the turtle from? You got the trade details now?
The Chiefs.
Oh,
the Chiefs.
I know you did not enable the Chiefs again.
The Chiefs.
What is wrong with you?
The Chiefs. It's the Chiefs, Kyle Krabs. There's a lot going on with this trade. Okay. pause. The Bills send 28, 133, and 248 for 32 and a third-round pick. Okay, so what are they going to? They're going to come up and get somebody that everyone's going to be pissed that the Chiefs got. So the Bills are still picking. They're picking 32, just like we always wanted them to. So the Bills get 32 and a third-round pick.
And give up 28, a 4, and a 6?
7.
7?
They give up 2 4s? Hold on a second. Okay. With the 20, okay, here's the trade. The Bills get 32, 95, and 221. They give up 28, 133, and 248.
So they get a 3 and a 4.
They get 32, 95, and 221. The Bills give up 28, 133. So they give up 28 and a 4 for 32 and a 3. So they get their third round pick. With the 28th pick in the 2024 NFL draft, the Kansas City Chiefs select Xavier Worthy, wide receiver, Texas.
Are you proud of yourself?
I didn't want Xavier Worthy, so yeah, I am proud of myself.
No, you gave Patrick Mahomes Xavier Worthy.
He had Hollywood Brown. I mean, Xavier Worthy, obviously explosive in every imaginable way. He's 165 pounds.
I think that's a little disrespectful.
Is it?
To Xavier Worthy to comp him to Hollywood Brown, yeah. He's a much better
Hollywood Brown's had a 90,000-yard season in the NFL.
Much better route runner than Hollywood Brown.
So what? The Bills just give them back Tyreek Hill? Is that what we're saying here?
No, I'm not saying Tyreek Hill back, but I'm saying you guys just can't help yourselves. You would have thought after you hooked him up with Patrick Mahomes, you wouldn't give him the fastest receiver in the history of the NFL.
I don't look at the list of the players that had the fastest 40-yard dash at times in the history of the NFL.
A lot of them don't have good tape.
The only one with 1,000 yards is Santana Moss.
I'm mad at you.
Okay. If they sat there and picked A.D. Mitchell or Xavier Legette, everyone's going to have the same thought. Oh, these amazing players go to the Chiefs. Yeah, he's a good fit for them. Like, they're going to use him in the bubble screens. He's got all the speed in the world. It helps their spacing. Like, I get it. I understand it. But I didn't particularly want him. I didn't have a first-round grade on him. I didn't have a first-round grade on Brian Thomas Jr. So, I'm pretty happy to see these players not be the Bills pick at 28. You're able to move back and get a 3. You didn't have a 3.
Well, so let's piggyback off of that, and we'll get serious again. Let's get the chat go away. You talked about having 3 players, right? And one of them comes off because Worthy was on the short list, but Legette's still on the board. You kept yourself in striking distance to potentially land. If your expectation is Dallas goes offensive line, then you have Baltimore at 30. Or they just extended Rashad Bateman and obviously have Zay Flowers. Is that a wide receiver spot if you want Legette? I think the only thing you'd maybe have to be worried about if somebody comes up in front of you. But you should still, in theory, have a chance at one, if not both of the guys that you've outlined.
Now, also, the doomsday scenario of Troy Franklin is firmly still possible.
Alive and well.
Alive and well at 32. So we got to sweat that through as well. Okay, so the Bills are back up at pick 32. The Chiefs get Xavier Worthy, and everybody thinks that they got Tyreek Hill back. Let's let that happen before it happens, right? Like, oh, what's the worst thing that's going to happen? The Chiefs are going to win their 4th Super Bowl in 6 years. Like, so that means that there is a new team on the clock, and this is Dallas, right? This is where they moved back to. And part of my possibilities for Dallas was Xavier Worthy, who's not going to be their pick because he's on the Chiefs, and all of a sudden he is Tyreek Hill 2.0. So that's never going to escape my mind now.
I have the pick.
You have the pick for Dallas. Would you like to announce a pick?
I don't want to give us a Solomon Thomas.
All right, so we'll wait it out. I'm sure I won't get
I have the expectation of the pick, and it is an offensive line.
Okay.
So I can't get accused, whoever was in the chat, said Kyle didn't really have the pick.
Oh.
With Jared Verse. Was it Jared Verse that we had this incident with?
Yeah, because you joined me on the UCLA part.
This was Latu, so it wasn't Jared Verse.
Oh, yeah, it was Latu.
It's been a long night, you know.
Talking
hours on the live stream, almost time for our next it's Monopoly, right? We did LinkedIn last time.
Yeah, I did LinkedIn. We saw Ross. So yeah. We'll get to the Dallas pick and then we'll probably have our last break. So if that makes sense with you.
NFL insider Kyle Krabs thinks it's
all right. Yeah, I already got the pick. With the 29th pick. Right. With the 29th pick in the 2024 NFL draft, the Dallas Cowboys select Tyler Guyton, offensive tackle, Oklahoma. So big exhale for Dallas. You didn't get sniped out of all the offensive linemen. You needed this in a big way. I'm guessing we're keeping Tyler Smith at guard. Is that probably the plan here?
Probably. I would probably prefer to let Tyler play where he's been so good. I think his ceiling's probably higher there. And then you just put yourself in a position where you need to find a center with your next pick.
Yeah, and I think there's options. I sort of like some of the center depth in this class, whether it's Bo Limmer or Cedric Van Pran. Jackson Powers-Johnson, I didn't even mention. Like, he's probably going to fall out of this first round. Like, I think there's other options that they can get on this offensive line. So I think that they landed in a good spot. They were still able to trade back. They got a player that everybody expected to be a first-round pick. Mm-hmm. So I think that kind of worked out for Dallas. I'm sure they were kind of sweating that out a little bit.
And do you have off the top of your head the terms of that deal to move back? That was the 3, right? The 70, was it 71?
73. I think it was 73.
Okay.
So they pick up a 3 and still get a first-round offensive lineman. So, okay, so we have that. The Dallas Cowboys pick at 29. So our last 3 picks of the first round.
30.
Baltimore at 30. San Francisco at 31 and Buffalo at 32. We were thinking Tyler Guyton was an option for Baltimore.
Mm-hmm.
So now their offensive line path doesn't look very clean right now.
Yeah, I would assume they're probably not going to go offensive line.
So what are we thinking for Baltimore?
What do they do every year?
Pick the one guy that shouldn't be there and is. Who is that right now?
Johnny Newton.
There it is. I think that would make a lot of sense. Cooper DeJean, I think, would be a friggin' slam dunk pick for them if they played him at corner.
I wouldn't mind a wide receiver. Obviously, they had Odell Beckham as an expiring free agent. Is there an interior offensive lineman here that is not an inappropriate value? Could they go Jackson Powers-Johnson, play him at guard?
Yeah, they certainly could. They should. And I know that aligns with your concerns about them, Jackson Powers-Johnson, with the snaps. Well, they have Linderbaum. You don't have to worry about the snapping. Have the guy play guard. It's probably a better fit for him.
I also wouldn't mind Zach Frazier at guard either.
I like Zach Frazier. I like him. I think I like him better at center, though, but I don't mind him at guard.
I think if they're going to go pure value, this might be the Johnny Newton spot if he's going to go in the first round. But
right, that would feel very Ravensy to me. And
just be like, oh, of course they got this dude, and he can get paired on a low first round rookie contract with Matabweek and replace Brent Urban and Broderick Washington in the defensive line rotation. Of course they would do that.
So thinking about this Chiefs pick, because it hasn't occurred. I know I've mentioned it, but they do have Hollywood Brown and Xavier Worthy. So like all the vertical dynamics that were like the big plays in the passing game that's been missing seemingly is right back there for them.
Mm-hmm.
Which helps Sky Moore, which helps Rashee Rice and Travis Kelce. Like it definitely makes sense for Kansas City.
Yes. And I think playing those guys off each other, put those guys on the same side.
It's a nightmare to defend. There's too much grass to defend. You can't do it.
You got to hope they can't run the ball.
Does it matter?
You better hope you can defend the run with 3.5 guys.
Tooney, Humphrey,
right?
Smith.
It's not going to happen.
Taylor can run block. Come on, like their problem. They're friggin'
Job well done. Job well done.
I'm not taking responsibility for this though.
I can't be held responsible. What's that song?
I don't know.
I'm gonna be sitting here thinking about it.
So Baltimore's on the clock. Shout out.
How's your board look?
I haven't really been
not from a Bills perspective, but from like a talent that's gone.
My best available is go ahead.
I will say this is the first time in a long time that I can remember that all of the grades that I gave out were first and second round grades, with the exception of Michael Penix.
Got drafted?
Yeah. Like it usually you get like some third round guys where it's like, oh, like they're really leaning into a need and reaching for a need, or oh, they're really betting on the upside, but I think the floor is super low right now. Like the low floor guys were still, I think, had enough of a calling card. I'll go back to Brian Thomas and Chop Robinson as two of those guys that I still think what they do well gives them a certain level of role play production within their respective confines early on, that they landed with like solid 2s for me, where usually it's like Cole Strange, if you went from a consensus board perspective, right? Like Cole Strange was in like the 90s or whatever it was. Like we haven't really had that guy
right
in this class.
It's been normal picks. My best available players, my number 11 player, Cooper DeJean. My number 18 player, Johnny Newton. My number 20 player, Xavier Legette. My number 26 player, Nate Wiggins. That's my best available.
My best available includes Newton, DeJean, Peyton Wilson. All three of those guys carried medical flags for me. So it's not a surprise that they're the three that are left. Wiggins, McKinstry, Mike Sandersill. Next three.
So my highest rated guy is Cooper DeJean. Your highest rated guy is
Johnny Newton, and then Cooper DeJean, and then Peyton Wilson.
So one of those is going to be the Ravens pick.
They're the Ravens pick.
That's just what happens. That's just what they do.
What year was that where they ran off like 4 in a row to start the draft? It was the Linderbaum year, wasn't it? 21?
Yeah.
That's like, can you guys just chill out for 5 minutes?
Right. They just kind of align in a nice way. All right, Baltimore.
Well, I guess let's kind of start looking big picture. Who do you think had the best value through the first 28 picks or whatever?
You have to love Philadelphia being able to get Quinyon at 21.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't think that would be possible. That stands out to me in a big way.
And the added value of not trading. I'll give a lot of credit to Minnesota for the collective pull of McCarthy. I didn't love, but I liked. And you get him at 10 with a trade. And then you get Dallas Turner. If you flip-flopped them and you said, hey, you got Dallas Turner at 10, and then you got McCarthy at 17, or what your pick at 23 would have been, you say, oh, that's great value. You got a quarterback leader, whatever. You got a top 10 player in the class in Dallas Turner. Like you said, you pointed that out earlier. And for them to not really gut their picks in the process for being aggressive and still getting guys, I'm pretty impressed with their 1-2 punch that they walked away with, considering they traded for both of those players.
The Jets being able to move back one spot and get Olu Fashanu, right, and get a couple of nice picks for the following year. I was a big fan of that as well.
Pick is allegedly in.
Yeah, I got it here. Okay,
right.
So with the 30th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Baltimore Ravens select Nate Wiggins, corner, Clemson.
Okay, it was my fourth best available player. So,
yeah, high on my board as well. Speed, right? Like just unbelievable speed. I think he's very competitive. I think there's some versatility in coverage concepts that he can play. You might be nervous about kind of the narrow build that he has. I think that's a fair thing to be mindful of. But a good addition to this secondary that just has a lot of unique skill sets, and I think that helps them matchup wise. When you have a Marlon Humphrey and a Kyle Hamilton and a Marcus Williams and what Brandon Stevens has become, this is a team that had a lot of injuries at corner. So it makes sense for them to kind of shore this up a little bit. I don't think the offensive line value was really there, and I thought this was a reasonable pivot for them.
Yeah, I think that cornerback room, especially when you think about Marlon Humphrey, too, some of the injuries that he's endured and just the overall athleticism of the depth of that group. I think getting a guy who might not be the thickest, but has some length. I think he has some ball skills. There's a subplot for you. The Kool-Aid McKinstry slip. Tell me the big physical corner, plays well with his hands, but doesn't find the football. Tell me this isn't Tyson Campbell all over again.
100%, yeah, 100%.
I mean, these big guys, you have to, if you're going to play like that, you have to find the ball with your back to the quarterback for teams to love you. And I think this is the next step in that reminder that the ball skills was the big question for Kool-Aid. And here we are again. And we got the two corners, right? We asked how many more corners we're going to get. We got two more, right?
We got two. Yeah. And we didn't even have to
we'll get another. I don't think we'll get another one. And depends on what Buffalo classifies DeJean if they take it at 32. I
was going to say we didn't have to box DeJean into the corner to get the two, right? It happened. And so the next true corner is going to be interesting that comes off the board. Because we'll see. I think Cooper DeJean, obviously, if he's drafted as a corner, that would say something. But 49ers are on the clock. They own pick 31. I don't know if there's offensive line that really stands out to me here.
Rosengarten.
Yeah, could be Rosengarten. Could be JPJ, I guess. I know that there was a lot of hype for an edge rusher. Maybe this was a Darius Robinson spot. Is Marshawn Nealon a sneaky pick here? Is Johnny Newton as well? Why wouldn't Johnny Newton be they're right now? Their interior defensive line is Colin Saunders and Nathan. No, that's not the right team.
Sorry. I was going to say that's not true. It's Malik Collins was the guy that they brought in to replace
Malik Collins and Hargrave and Kevin Givens and Jordan Elliott. Brother, I would be picking Johnny Newton here if I was the San Francisco 49ers for sure.
And it's not like there's another interior defensive lineman in the pipe.
No, so, not unless Chris Jenkins might be early.
I think it's early for all those guys. And I don't know that they'll be around when San Francisco comes back around either.
Right.
My developing story from earlier.
Oh, yes.
There was somebody that Jason Boris. Are you familiar with Jason Boris?
Wasn't he like a GM for?
No. This is for the Huddle Report.
Okay. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. Yes. Is the agent.
Okay.
Baseball agent. He had 46 points through 22 picks.
How many?
46 points through 22 picks.
What's the record?
Josh.
What do you have? 50 something?
50, was it 59?
Good for him. He's doing well.
So my browser is not updating, so I don't know what it's at now. But I believe I'm over 40 points, which is kind of you get 40, you had a good mock.
Oh, Jason Boris, my browser is updating. He has 60 points. So this is an unbelievable mock draft.
All-time mock draft. This is Oh, we don't get to hear Josh Norris champion the greatest mock draft of all time anymore.
Mike Band has 54, Peter Schrager 53. So joke's on me, but he definitely lied.
I told you he was up there. All right, so what does Kyle Krabs have?
If only I could.
I would get 41.
I don't even have the. Why can't you search on this?
Control F on your browser.
Is it possible? Oh yeah, you are
41,
42 points. You're probably
40. I had a 40 coming off the board, I believe. So
yeah, I have 36. So I'm doing as bad as I thought.
I clinched it.
Is your best score ever? Oh, you beat me. Yeah,
no, I clinched beating you. I still have if I got a player in at 31, I had Darius Robinson, so I won't get a match. And then if I get the Bills pick, which I had Legette, I'd get 45.
That'd be good. I think I won with 46, I think.
Yeah. Well, you wouldn't won this year with 46.
We have a pick, Kyle Krabs. Wow, this is a good one.
All right.
With the 31st pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Ricky Pearsall, wide receiver, Florida.
Vindicated. Pretty Ricky. Baller. Would have been a great fit for Miami, but goes to the other Shanahan system. Well, I didn't have Pretty Ricky in the first round. Pretty Ricky, what's funny, I didn't mention him when we were doing best available. He was the first off. He was right behind Mike Sandersill. So then Nate Wiggins got picked. So that was my sixth best available player was Ricky Pearsall. Everybody's sleeping on Ricky Pearsall because he played with dog crap quarterbacks. He's a baller. He's an absolute baller.
Different type of skill set, too, for that wide receiver room. I wonder what this means for Brandon Ayuk. They just picked a wide receiver in the first round. So
it's probably not good for Brandon Ayuk.
Probably not good.
He's probably going to get traded overnight to one of those teams with a pick in the 30s.
Looking like the Bills traded back again.
No, they didn't. There's the chat. WTF. LOL.
Glad you guys were all here to see my reaction to the Buffalo Bills first round pick. We don't have one. No first round pick for the Bills this year.
Oh, man. Who came in?
Well, we can play this game again. No.
I can sit here and wait another 3 hours while they process the trade and send the fax the card in.
Right. Watch it be Kansas City.
Yeah, watch it be Kansas City again. And then they take Johnny Newton. Thanks a lot, Joe.
Okay, well, we could give – so, Ricky, you're over the moon. It's the Panthers. So, the Bills move back one spot. The Panthers, welcome to the first round. You have a pick. The Bills move back one spot.
Is
it Xavier Legette?
I wouldn't be mad for my mock.
Yeah, so the Bills move back to 33. All right, so now we get to spend all night thinking about that.
That you got to love that, though, because the board fell favorably for you with several players you get to spend all night thinking about.
Mm-hmm.
You can hold that pick for an absolute premium. If somebody's desperate for that's the best thing is you take the break and you're in the number one pick for tomorrow. Everybody calls you for trying to get their player.
They're in a pretty decent spot. I wonder, it's one spot. Carolina has 39, 65, 101, 141, 142. They probably got 141 or 142. That'd be my guess.
For one spot?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The fifth year option. Okay, so they get 141. So the Bills send 32 and 200 for 33 and 141. So they got their pick that might be a 5.
The one that they sent in the Kansas City trade, they get back.
Yeah, 141's the 6th pick in the 5th round. So the Bills move out of the first round. The Carolina Panthers come in.
So in total, what did they add?
They added 95. I'd have to do the thing. We have the pick for the Carolina Panthers.
All right, let's do it.
And it's a doozy. With the 33rd pick, 32nd pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Carolina Panthers picked the guy they always said they were going to. Wide receiver Xavier Legette from South Carolina. Staying in the Carolinas. They had to do it, right? They had to. They told him he was going to be the pick, man.
Canales said he told 50 players that they were going to be the pick there.
But now this is a great storyline, right? Like that was the thing. Then they move up to get him. So
we'll come get you. You're our guy. You know what I'm not looking forward to? All of the out of touch Panthers fans that are going to be mad that they got another Jonathan Mingo.
Much better route runner.
He's an exponentially better route runner than Jonathan Mingo. I think Xavier Legette's going to be a really good player. And look, you're going to that run-heavy Carolina Panthers offense. Canales is preaching, and they spent $150 million on a couple of guards, $160 million on a couple of guards, right? Right. They're serious about running the ball. And now you're going to have Legette as the big physical receiver who can be a part of the blocking for that. But then he has scheme touches in his resume, and he wins vertically down the field and high points the football at a high level. I like the fit a lot for Carolina and Xavier Legette.
I do too. I wonder, you ask yourself questions about, did they need to do that, right? Like, could Carolina have picked him at 33?
Maybe not.
Maybe, right. Maybe not. That's where it gets interesting. I think it's a nice addition, man. Like, they got their route runner and Johnson. Thielen's the slot. I think they got an X now in Legette, who gives them, like, he's a physical mismatch. Put the ball in his hands, let him go to work. And Dave Canales in that play action game, like, I think this is going to be, like, this is helping in addition to the offensive line help. So, first round's in the books, Kyle Krabs.
Sue has my favorite comment of the night. Because you know who my top 5 wide receivers were? The 5 that went in the first round.
That's good. That's good on you.
You got Xavier Worthy in there too. But
my top 5, I got to look at mine now. My top 5 wide receivers.
I had 5 wide receivers in the top 32, and it was Harrison, Nabers, Odunze, Pearsall, and Legette in that order.
Harrison, Nabers, Odunze, Legette, Thomas, A.D. Mitchell, Pearsall.
Oh, Thomas. I forgot Thomas. So we had, what, 7 wide receivers go?
Worthy, too.
Right.
We had 3, 4, 5,
7.
6.
7.
7. Yes, you're exactly right. 7. So it's almost 25% of the round.
And then you had 6 quarterbacks and 13 picks. And oh, no, Joe.
It's possible. It's possible. At least they traded back twice. You know what I mean? At least they traded back twice.
Extra 3 in this class is pretty good. I'd still be fired up with what this board looks like and have an extra day 2 capital in this draft class. That you're going to get good players in that stratosphere. But round 1 is in the books. We went live for 4 hours and 21 minutes. Probably do it all again tomorrow.
Do it all again tomorrow.
And now we got to go do Locked On Bills and Locked On Dolphins.
Bro, I got a lot to break down. You know what I mean?
2 trades. Go through the trade value chart, segment 1.
Right. Talk everyone off the ledge for Xavier Worthy. Yeah. Nah, we'll be all right.
All right. Well, we appreciate everybody who tuned in with us for night 1 of the 2024 NFL Draft. We had a ton of fun. Really awesome to see as many of you who have been tuned in as what you have been. It's very humbling to see as many of you who made us a part of your draft experience. And we hope you guys will come back tomorrow for day 2. We will be live for all of round 2 and round 3. We will give you our reactions to all of that. So come on back and see us tomorrow. You can find us on YouTube, Locked On NFL Scouting. Make it a great night. Make it a great day tomorrow. And we will see you all tomorrow, hopefully